Yes, Howard.
Today is October 27th, 2021. This is the Verona Municipal Court. My name is Judge Paparazzo. I'll be presiding over matters today. We have a special session on a transfer case from Municipal Court of Belleville under M498486. It's Erika Jacho, Jacho, operating under the influence. 482, refusal. 483, failure to exhibit documents. 484, reckless driving. 485, parking within 10 feet of a fire hydrant. And 487, driving while intoxicated without feet of the school zone. Characters, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Mason on behalf of the state.
William R. Freed Jr., court-appointed public defender, on behalf of Erika Jacho.
Mr. Prosecutor, any motions that you have before we start the trial?
No, Judge.
Mr. Freed, any motions?
I have one. At the request of my client, I once again would like reconsideration of your motion to transfer venue based on the fact that it is alleged by my client that your wife at one time sat on the board. You asked me if I have a motion. Is it an oral motion? This is, I'm sorry. Let me clear up the record. That she's once again repeating her request to change venue based on the fact that at some point in time your wife sat on the Board of Ed in Verona. I'm making this motion at her request.
So this is a Belleville case.
Correct.
Your wife never sat in the Board of Education in Belleville, she was born in Belleville. She left Belleville quite some time ago. I don't understand how this court should recuse itself because my wife was a Board of Education member in Verona. I'll hear from you.
Judge, I'm merely raising this issue because my client asked me to.
Anything else?
I have nothing else in favor. That has nothing to. She says because she is an officer in the Boards of Education organization of Essex County, there is a conflict.
Well, first of all, as far as a motion is concerned, this case goes back to October of 2020. I cannot count how many pretrial conferences this court has conducted in regard to this matter. This is a motor vehicle matter. This is the file. We've conducted, if we had 10, I'm sure there's more, but we've conducted so many pretrial conferences. I've addressed every motion filed by the defendant and Mr. Pennington before Mr. Freed. There was a motion, I think, to transfer venue because of the prosecutor, not the court. There's never been a motion before this court that the court recused itself. Now at the 12th hour, when we have Belleville police officers, special session, as I stated to everyone, this is my day off, and I came in to make sure this case was resolved so Ms. Jaco could have this matter behind her, to file a motion for the court to recuse itself because the court's wife, the judge's wife, sat in the Board of Education in Verona. As her husband, I couldn't tell you what date that was in Verona. I have no idea, but I know it was quite some time ago. If it wasn't 10 years, it was more than that. In addition, there's an allegation about some kind of Board of Education committee in Essex County. I have no idea if she was even part of that. And in addition, that would be similar to saying that the judge drove through Belleville, therefore there's a conflict. It makes no sense. It's unfortunately another example to have this case adjourned again, and it's not going to happen. There's no basis for the motion. Mr. Prosecutor, if you wish to be heard, but there's absolutely no basis for this court to recuse itself.
Judge, I had no idea about your wife's sitting on the board. I don't see any connection to this case whatsoever.
And in addition, she sat on the board before I was judge in Verona, so therefore it makes no sense, and therefore there's no basis for the motion. I deny the motion. Okay, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your first witness, please.
Officer Anthony Avino, please.
Okay. Judge, I would ask that the officers be sequestered.
Judge, no objection.
So if you're not testifying in this case, if you could just please have a seat outside or make yourself comfortable, and then we'll call you when we're ready. As far as the mask options, if you're testifying, you feel more comfortable not wearing your mask, that's fine. So that goes for the attorneys as well. So if you're speaking and you need to.
But you'd like them on other than that?
Well, it's up to you.
Well, I'm fully vaccinated and boosted.
And of course, witnesses do not have to wear a mask. But if they want to keep their mask on, that's also fine. Sir, if you could just stand, raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Sir, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
Anthony Avino Jr., A-V-I-N-O.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Comfortable. Mr. Prosecutor.
Okay, officer, by whom are you employed?
Belleville Police Department,
And for how long?
7 years.
And addressing your attention to October 21st of 2020, were you working the night shift?
Yes.
Okay, and what does the hours that the night shift includes?
6 p.m. to 4 a.m. It's a 10-hour shift.
Okay, and prior to October of 21st, did you receive some training relative to DWI enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right, and can you tell us the nature of that training, please?
I went to the academy for ALCO test and for the field sobriety test.
Okay, and you were certified, were you not, in both?
Yes.
Okay, and prior to October 21st of 2020, approximately how many DWI cases were you involved in? Let's start as the arresting officer.
Approximately 10.
Okay, and as an assistant or backup officer?
I would say close to 20.
Okay, and instances where you were the Alcatest operator?
I would say 10 to 15 approximately.
Okay, and also during your 7 years of employment, did you have occasion to interact with intoxicated people other than DWIs?
Yes.
And did you also have the occasion to do so in your private life?
Yes.
So at approximately 12:51 a.m., did you receive a dispatch call?
Yes.
And where were you directed to?
The area of Michael's Roscommon, 531 Joralemon Street in Belleville.
What was it? The first, I'm sorry.
Michael's Roscommon house.
That's 531 Joralemon Street.
And as you were responding to that scene, what did you have any anticipation as to what you were going to encounter?
No.
Okay. Did you think that there was a DWI or someone in assistance or anything of that nature?
We were told somebody was slumped over the wheel.
Okay. And this establishment, is that on the corner of Passaic Avenue?
It's in close proximity, yes.
Okay. And as you arrived, what did you observe?
We observed a female in a vehicle facing eastbound on Joralemon, slumped over the wheel, what appeared to be sleeping.
Okay. And this vehicle, was it parked next to the curb?
Yes.
Okay. Was any part of the vehicle in the roadway?
Partially, yes.
Okay. And was there a fire hydrant anywhere nearby?
Yes.
And where was the fire hydrant?
Right next to the vehicle.
All right. You said we. Who were you referring to?
My partner, Officer Plummer.
Okay. So at least in the night shift, there's 2 officers assigned to a vehicle.
Correct.
And that particular vehicle, does that equipped with a MVR?
Yes.
And the vehicle itself, you said it was parked?
Correct.
All right. And therefore, was the motor running at the time?
While we were pulling up, we were unsure.
Okay. And as you got out and approached the person behind the wheel, did you notice whether the vehicle was running at the time?
It was not.
Okay. And did you have occasion to look at the individual who was behind the wheel?
Yes.
And is that person in the courtroom?
Yes.
And where's that person seated?
To my left.
Indicating the defendant, Judge?
So indicated?
And tell us your first observations of her.
Our first observations, she was slumped over the wheel sleeping, at which point we attempted to wake her up, make sure she wasn't having a medical issue, asked if medical assistance was needed, and then proceeded from there.
Okay. And you met other law enforcement officers on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you gathered some information from them?
Correct.
And in your efforts to wake her up, were you successful?
Yes.
Okay. About how long did it take you to do that?
Multiple minutes. I'm not sure on the approximate time.
Okay. And when she woke up, did you have an occasion to make observations of her face?
Yes.
Okay. And what observations did you make?
Her eyes were bloodshot. Her speech was slurred.
And did you note any odors about her?
Yes. Alcoholic beverage emanating from her breath.
All right. And at that point in time, what was your thought process?
That the female was possibly under the influence.
Okay. And as a result, what did you do?
We requested our supervisor to the scene, and as we requested, we asked the female to exit the vehicle.
Okay. And what did you do relative to the MVR?
At that point, the MVR was activated. We turned the MVR to the curb where we were going to be conducting our tests.
Okay. Prior to turning it on, you hadn't gone there with lights or sirens, correct?
Correct.
And therefore it wasn't activated?
Correct.
And you did it manually because you believe that you were now dealing with something different than you were originally dispatched for?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you successful in getting the defendant out of the vehicle?
After a period of time, yes.
Approximately how long?
I'd say approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. Why did it take so long?
She was refusing to exit the vehicle for us.
What was her demeanor like?
She was very combative towards us.
Did you request her license, registration, and insurance card?
Yes, multiple times.
And at any point in time, did she produce any of the documents?
No.
When she got out of the vehicle, where was she taken?
She was taken to the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And you indicated that your patrol vehicle was repositioned?
Just the MVR, so it caught the entire scene.
Okay. Now, you weren't wearing a body mic, correct?
No.
All right. So the MVR doesn't capture any of the verbal conversation outside of the vehicle, correct? And was there an attempt to do standard field sobriety tests?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that done?
That was done on the sidewalk.
And who attempted or who gave the instructions?
Sergeant Kane.
All right. And do you know what tests he attempted to administer?
The heel to toe, and he attempted the one-legged stand.
Okay. Now, these are tests that you've used in the past, correct?
Yes.
And were instructions given to the defendant on how she was to perform each of the tests?
Yes.
And was she asked whether or not she suffered from any physical inabilities or injuries that would prevent her from doing the tests?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
There were none.
And you were present when the tests were demonstrated, were you not?
Yes.
And did she attempt to do, let's start with the walk and turn.
Yes.
All right. What was she instructed to do?
She was instructed by Sergeant Kane to walk a straight line, heel to toe. As he was instructing her and advising her what to do, she was continuously walking toward him before he gave her the command to start the test.
And that would have been the instructional phase of the test?
Correct.
All right. And so she didn't comply with the instructions to stand in position.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did she comply with the instructions?
No.
And you indicated that she walked towards the sergeant.
Yes.
Was she, did she actually attempt to perform the walking part of it?
Prior to instruction, prior to being told to, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what she had on her feet?
I do not.
Okay. Was she given the option of taking her shoes off if she wanted?
Yes.
And did she take her shoes off?
No.
Was that test terminated?
Yes, by the sergeant.
Okay. And in your opinion, why was it terminated?
Because of the lack of cooperation and the understanding of the test.
Okay. There was a second test that was attempted to be administered, is that correct?
The one-legged stand.
Okay. And what was that explained to her?
Yes.
Okay. And was she asked to stand in a starting position?
Yes.
And did she do that?
No.
Okay. And in your opinion, why was it terminated?
Because of the lack of cooperation and the understanding of the test.
Okay. Was the sergeant able to administer the one-leg stand?
No.
And why was that?
She refused.
At that point in time, did you make a determination as to whether or not the defendant was under the influence of alcohol?
Yes, the sergeant did on scene.
Okay, and I'm talking
Excuse me,
about,
I didn't hear that answer.
Sergeant did at the scene.
I'm asking about you.
Yes,
Okay, and what was your opinion?
that she was under the influence.
And that's based upon your training and experience and your real life experience seeing people intoxicated and the time that you spent with her, correct?
Yes,
At that point in time, was she placed under arrest?
yes.
And where was she taken?
We took her, well, we attempted to take her to the rear of our vehicle
And was she asked to get in the vehicle?
multiple times for multiple minutes.
Okay, approximately how long did it take you to get her into the vehicle?
Approximately 5 minutes.
Okay, and why did it take so long?
She refused to get in the vehicle. She was pushing back and forth against us, refusing to get in.
Okay. She was then eventually placed in the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And was she transported to police headquarters?
Yes.
And the purpose for that?
To process her.
Was it also your intent to administer the breath test?
Yes.
Now, your vehicle, it has more than one camera, correct?
Correct.
Is one facing forward
Yes.
and is one back into the passenger compartment?
Yes.
And there is an audio function for inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, prior to today, did you have occasion to review the MVR from the vehicle?
Yes.
And that was provided, was it not, in two segments, dash cam 1 and dash cam 2?
Yes.
And if you look at the rear-facing camera, you can see the defendant.
Yes.
And we've offered to the defense and now to the court that video. Does that video truly and accurately depict the nonverbal interaction prior to getting into the vehicle and then the verbal interaction within the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you got to police headquarters, was the defendant asked to exit the vehicle?
Yes.
And did she comply with that request?
No.
How long did it take you to get her out of the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
And why was that?
She kept refusing to exit the vehicle. She was asking us to call people for her.
Do you remember anyone in particular who she asked to call?
To call Vinny.
Sorry, I apologize.
To call Vinny.
Vinny?
Yes.
Did she ever say who Vinny was?
No, she did not.
Before she got in the vehicle, were there any odors of an alcoholic beverage?
Yes, emanating from her.
No, before she got into the vehicle.
Specifically from our vehicle?
Right, before she ever got in the vehicle. After she was in the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. At police headquarters, was she then taken into the processing room?
Yes.
And was she asked to submit to breath testing?
Yes.
Okay, and who did that?
I did.
Okay. Judge, first I'm going to offer S1 as the video, dash cam 1 and 2.
Mr. Freed?
I have no objection.
So it's dash cam 1 and 2, you said?
Yes, Judge, on the thumb drive, yes.
That's one, dash cam 1 and 2, okay.
And then, Judge, I would offer, after I show it to the witness, S2 will be the English version of the paragraph 36A. Officer, is that a true and accurate copy of the Sentinel?
Yes.
Okay, and did you read it in its entirety to the defendant?
Yes.
And did you specifically, there's a paragraph about having the right to have independent testing done. That was included, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, before the defendant was released, did she ever request assistance in getting independent testing?
No.
And what was her response when you asked her to submit for breath samples?
I do not understand.
And that's what you recorded on the document, correct?
Yes.
And as a result, you read the next paragraph, correct?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
I do not understand.
How many times did you ask her to submit to breath testing? Ballpark.
Approximately 5 to 10 times.
Were you pleading with her to take the test?
Just trying to get her to come up and submit to the test, correct?
Okay. Were there other officers present?
Yes.
And did they too attempt to ask her to take the test?
Yes.
Up to that point in time, you had been conversing with her, or at least listening to her. Did she ever have a problem with English language?
No.
Did she ever indicate that she didn't understand English?
No.
After you read her S2, did she say anything about having a problem with English?
No.
Okay. Was another officer called in to read the document in Spanish?
Judge, could I see S2, please?
Certainly. If you don't mind me approaching you.
I do not mind you approaching me.
But other than that,
I got it Monday.
you're a little more senior than I am.
Okay.
Judge, if I can approach, I'll leave it to court administrator.
So that brought that to evidence.
That'd be, yes, Judge, S2.
Mr. Freed?
No objection.
S2 is in evidence.
So how did it come about that it was read in Spanish?
She stated she didn't understand English at that point.
Okay, and did she say that in Spanish or did she say that in English?
English.
After that was read, and who read her that in Spanish?
Officer Renee.
All right. That's B-U-N-A-Y, Benet?
Yes.
All right. And he
Prosecutor,
was on,
do you intend to call Mr. Officer
Yes,
Benet? Okay,
definitely.
thank you.
and
Question before that, though? I'm sorry.
I asked him about the spelling of the officer's name,
Okay.
B-U-N-A-Y.
Thank you.
And was Officer Benet also on the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and he was present for the attempts in providing, administering field sobriety tests?
Yes.
Officer Plummer also completed some of the paperwork in this matter, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And with regard to the drinking driving report, I know that that bears his name, but did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Okay. And so what were your observations about her ability to walk?
She was stumbling. She needed assistance at some point. It was consistent with being under the influence of an alcoholic beverage.
Okay. Did you notice that she was swaying?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Okay. Was she swaying?
Yes.
Was she staggering?
Yes.
Was she sagging?
I don't recall.
Did you witness her ability?
Judge, I'd like to register, are you planning to call Officer Plummer?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. I wasn't gonna let you get this in through the back door if Plummer wasn't here.
Wouldn't do that.
Okay.
And I'm not going to introduce it into evidence, so.
Okay.
Did you also witness her ability to stand?
Yes.
Okay, and was she swaying?
Yes.
Did she have sagging knees?
Yes.
And did she continually lean for balance?
Yes.
Approximately how long were you with her before you issued summonses in this matter?
1 to 2 hours, approximately.
And during that period of time, did you also witness her speech?
Yes.
Okay, and at times, was her speech rambling?
Objection. Judge, the appropriate question would be, what are your observations? Not running through the report. And basically, inherently in the questions are the answers that the prosecutor is trying to elicit from the defendant. I'd have no objection if the question was, what were your observations with respect to her speech?
My questions were not leading. I corrected, I was wrong in the first instance when counsel objected, so I rephrased my question, so they're not leading.
Okay, so just ask the question again.
Okay. So, did, her speech, did she ramble at times?
Yes.
You allow it, Judge? Okay.
It's a report that he's
Yeah, my objection's noted.
Did she slobber at times?
Yes.
Was she incoherent at times?
Yes.
Was she slurred at times?
Yes.
Was she crying at times?
Yes.
Was she whining at times?
Yes.
Was she stuttering at times?
Yes.
And was her speech slow at times?
Yes.
You've talked about her demeanor. Was she fighting at times?
Yes.
Was she excited at times?
Yes.
Was she antagonistic at times?
I do not recall.
At any point in time, did she threaten you or any of the officers?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those threats?
She pays our salaries. She knows the chief. She stated that we were below her. Along with multiple other things she said to us.
Her actions, was she resisting at times?
Yes.
And did she use profanity at times?
Yes.
You indicated that you saw her eyes, correct?
Yes.
Were they bloodshot?
Yes, they were.
Were they watering?
Yes.
And did she have droopy eyelids?
I do not recall.
Do you know whether she was wearing glasses?
I do not recall.
Did you make observations of her clothing?
Yes.
And was her clothing mussed?
Do not recall.
Clothing dirty?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And did you make observations of her hand movements?
Yes.
And were her hands fumbling?
Yes.
And were they slow?
Yes.
You indicated the car was parked next to...
I'd like to register my continuing objection to this entire line of question of how the questions were posed. They're suggestive of eliciting a certain type of answer. And I once again repeat that I think the appropriate question would have been, what are your observations to each one of these areas of inquiry? So I repeat my continuing objection.
Mr. Freed, I was going to ask about parking of the vehicle.
Well,
There was no question.
rather than
pending.
interrupting you as you went to each category, I wanted my objection noted to this entire line of questioning, that the questions were inappropriate and leading. My objection is noted.
I thought you already made that objection in the
I
judgment.
made it after the first category. Thank you, Judge.
With regard to the vehicle, where was that in relation to the fire hydrant again?
It was right next to it.
All right, and a summons was issued for that?
Yes.
And you indicated, did you not, that the documents were not produced?
Yes.
And you issued only one summons for that, correct?
Yes.
You also issued a reckless driving. What was the basis for that?
Driving within a school zone.
Okay. Where's the school located?
Right across the street from it.
Okay. And what school's there?
Belleville Elementary School, number 7.
Throughout your interaction with the defendant, I understand that she was placed under arrest because you believed that she was operating under the influence. Was there did anything happen that made you differ from that opinion?
No.
Okay. And your continued interaction, did that confirm your belief that she was operating under the influence?
Yes.
And you issued a ticket for that, correct?
Yes.
And you also issued a ticket for the refusal.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Freed, your witness.
Cross-examine?
Okay. Officer Alvino, with respect to the summonses that you issued, am I correct, the refusal to submit?
Yes.
You issued the failure to exhibit?
Yes.
You issued the reckless?
I do not recall who issued it.
Well, I believe on direct from the prosecutor, you said you did.
I do not recall.
You don't remember whether you issued the ticket or not?
I don't know if I did on my part.
Did you see the vehicle being operated in a reckless manner? Wouldn't have more, you testified that the car was parked illegally because of the distance between the passenger side wheels and the curb.
No.
Okay, all right. Please repeat your testimony with respect to how the vehicle was parked.
It was parked next to a fire hydrant and partially in the roadway.
Okay. Wouldn't a more appropriate ticket than reckless driving be obstruction of traffic if you felt that the car was parked in the roadway?
Could have been.
Is it your practice to write reckless driving tickets when you don't observe the operation of the vehicle?
Depends on the circumstances.
Well, what was your basis for reckless driving if you didn't see this driver operate the motor vehicle?
The vehicle, where the vehicle was parked.
Where in this, what is your basis to strike that? Where in the statute of reckless driving does it have anything to do with parking?
It doesn't.
Then isn't it a fact that that ticket that you issued for reckless driving at best was bogus?
Objection.
Okay. Are you aware that the 1,000-foot school zone statute was repealed in 2019?
Yes.
Then why'd you write a ticket for that? Do you live in Belleville?
Do you want to answer it?
Well, he was shaking his head no.
Boss, can you answer that question?
Can you repeat it one more time?
Okay. Inasmuch as you've just acknowledged that the statute of driving under the influence within 1,000 feet of a school zone was repealed in 2019, why did you issue that summons?
Judge, I'm going to object to it because it doesn't ask him when he learned that.
At the time you issued the summons, did you know that statute was repealed? I'm sorry, Judge.
Steve, raise an objection. If you want an answer from the court, I'll give it to you, but if you want to continue, in regards to that matter, the court knows what the law is, so do we really need to go into it, unless you want to go into his credibility?
That's exactly where I'm going. Do you live in Belleville?
Do I have to answer where I live?
I don't want to know your address. I don't want to in any way, shape, or form create a problem for you. But inasmuch as two of the tickets that were written are highly questionable, and there are allegations that, in essence, this whole incident was politically motivated, whether you live in Belleville, I believe, is an appropriate question.
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Well, okay, I can change
Counsel's
it.
making statements that aren't based on the record.
I'll sustain the objection. If you want to ask them, did someone outside the police department, someone direct him to write these summons, that's okay, but where he lives, again, in today's society, in today's tenor, I'm the director, he doesn't have to answer that question, but you could ask him if someone told him to write this, did he get a call from someone, you could ask those questions.
Okay. Did you recognize the defendant when you came upon the scene?
No.
At some point while processing Miss Jacho, did you become aware that she was running for school board?
No.
Could you just ask that question again, Mr. I'm sorry.
Okay. Somewhere during the process, were you aware that Miss Jacho was running for the school board? Did you support one of the candidates in the school board election?
No.
I'm going to draw your attention to the refusal. By the time that you had reached the point where you had asked Ms. Jacho to submit to the ALCA test, at that point, what was your demeanor?
Very polite.
Based on the behavior that you had testified to, isn't it a fact by that point you were getting aggravated? Did anyone order you to write the summonses that you did?
No.
Sergeant Kane did not tell you to?
No.
Now, you've testified as to her demeanor, the defendant's demeanor. Couldn't that demeanor be attributed to severe emotional distress?
Objection. I don't know that the witness is qualified to testify.
Well, it's cross-examination. He testified. He's an experienced police officer, seen people under the influence, seen people arrest. So if he can answer the question, I'll allow it. It's cross-examination.
Can you repeat the question for me one more time?
Sure. You've testified as to her demeanor. Couldn't her demeanor be attributed to severe emotional distress?
To my knowledge, she was not in any emotional distress.
Now, you testified that you did not recall what she was wearing on her feet, other than some footwear apparel. Would wearing high heels affect your ability? Not that you wear high heels, but would wearing high heels affect your ability to do the one-leg stand?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness. Let me just ask my client. He said he did. I asked the question, the judge disagreed, said it was not a proper question. I have nothing further for this witness.
Judge, I have a few questions on redirect. Mr. Freed asked you about knowing the defendant. Had you ever encountered her prior to October 21st of 2020?
To my knowledge, no.
Did you know anything about her prior to October 21, 2020?
No.
He also asked you about emotional distress. Did you ever encounter somebody with emotional distress that had an odor of an alcoholic beverage?
No.
He also asked about your demeanor. Based upon the circumstances, do you believe you could have issued a summons for obstruction of the administration of justice?
Yes.
Could you also have issued a summons for resisting arrest?
Yes.
Could you also have issued a summons for a failure to display or produce registration?
Yes.
And could you have also issued a summons for a failure to produce an insurance ID card?
Yes, that's correct.
And yet, you exercised discretion and didn't issue any of those charges, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Nothing further.
Well, sir, in regard to your initial testimony, you testified as to coming upon this vehicle, and if I misstate, correct me, the vehicle was parked, correct?
Yes.
The engine was not engaged at that time?
No.
The lights were on or off?
I do not recall that, Judge.
And you testified where it was located. Where were the keys for that vehicle?
Upon us walking up to the vehicle, I was unsure where the keys were.
At any time, did you find out where the keys were located?
Toward the end, yes.
Where was that?
One of the off-duty officers had retrieved them.
Were they in the ignition or in the car? Or...
They were in possession of them at that point.
Okay, great. And when there was a fire hydrant, where was the fire hydrant located where the car was parked? Where was it?
Right to the passenger side of the vehicle.
So midpoint, basically?
Approximately, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mason, any further questions?
No, thank you, officer.
No.
Officer, would you ask Officer Lopez to come in?
Before you do that, just make sure you do not discuss the case with any of the other officers so that if anyone's called back, there's no conversations. Okay, thanks. You could talk about the sports game last night, but not this case, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good point.
No, he didn't say that. The judge told him he did not have to answer that question. I asked the question. But he testified he didn't know you, and he wasn't involved in Belleville's policy.
You, sir, may stand. I'll swear you in, please. Yes, raise your right hand, sir.
Sufficient.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony
Unfortunate.
not to give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Sir, please have a seat. Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Full name is Matthew Lopez, the Carter Police Department. Last name is Lopez.
Thank you. You witness?
Officer, by whom you employed?
Carter Police Department.
And for how long?
About 4.5 years now.
Okay, and on the early evening or early morning, I guess, of October 21st, 2020, were you in Belleville?
Yes.
And where were you at?
I was at the establishment of Michael's Roscommon House.
Okay,
Just
and
slow, Michael, I just get the name.
it's
Michael's
Michael
Roscommon. Right, house.
Michael's? What's the second?
Ross.
Roscommon.
Roscommon? Okay, thank you.
I think it's 3 words, right?
Yeah, house is the last one.
Yeah.
Roscommon House.
Roscommon, okay.
I can't read that.
And what street is that on?
That is located on Joralemon at
Okay.
the intersection of Passaic, I believe.
Okay, and at about 12:50, 12:45 in the morning, did you go outside of this establishment?
Yes.
Okay, and why?
So I was raised concerned from an off-duty Belleville police officer. He alerted me to an issue that was ongoing outside and asked for some assistance.
And so when you went outside, what did you observe?
So when I went outside, I observed the vehicle parked outside, right outside the establishment in the yellow zone next to the fire hydrant. And the vehicle was on, engine was running, and the off-duty officer Mallet advised that, it appeared that a woman was slumped at the wheel.
And did you, where were you positioned while he was trying to interact with the operator of the vehicle?
While he was interacting with the operator of the vehicle, I positioned myself behind the vehicle, just near like the driver's side taillight.
Okay. Were there, how many occupants were in the vehicle?
I only observed one.
And you indicated the car was running?
Yes, sir.
Lights on?
Lights on, exhaust fumes.
Okay. Do you know whether it was in park or in drive? Did you notice brake lights?
I did not. I do not recall that.
Okay. How much earlier had you gone into the establishment?
I'm going to say anywhere between a half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. Was the car there when you went in?
No.
Okay. Did you go outside anytime during that half hour to 45 minutes?
Nope.
All right. And when you went out, after you stayed behind the vehicle, did you move your position?
Once the interaction between off-duty officer Mallet and my, we ended up going onto the sidewalk, getting ourselves out of the roadway, and went onto the sidewalk and positioned ourselves on the passenger side of the vehicle, but on
Okay.
the sidewalk.
And what happened next?
So while we were standing there, Officer Mallet had already contacted Belleville Police Headquarters and requested a unit be dispatched to our location. We were standing outside waiting for units to arrive, and I observed the occupant of the vehicle, who appeared to be awoken, and started reaching with a slow movement, trying to reach for the shifter of the vehicle.
Okay. And as a result, what did you do?
At that time, for safety reasons, I opened the car door, I reached in, I turned the ignition off, and I pulled the keys out of the car and then closed the car door.
Okay. And did you what did you end up doing with the keys?
The keys were then handed over to Officer Mallet for when his officers arrived. He could hand them over to officers on scene.
Were you able to see the operator of the motor vehicle?
Yes.
All right, is that person in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that person seated?
To my left.
Indicating defendant for the record, Your Honor. What did you then do after you turned the keys over?
So once I turned the keys over, I stood by for a little bit until the patrol units arrived. Once the patrol units arrived, I walked right back into the establishment.
Okay. And did you observe what was going on from inside of the establishment?
I did.
In your 4 years of being an officer, did you receive training relative to DWI enforcement and detection?
As far as standard field sobriety, no. But in detection, yes. It's part of our training programs and what we go through.
Okay. And prior to October 21st, 2020, had you ever been involved in an individual that was intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay. And both as an officer and in your private life?
Correct.
And based upon your limited interaction and your observations, did you form an opinion?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
It was clear that the defendant was impaired. She was very agitated, irritated. She had slow movement with her hands, which again is another indication. It appeared that she was stumbling outside the establishment.
Okay. Thank you, officer. Your witness.
Okay, Officer Lopez. You testified that you had entered the Roscommon house approximately 30 to 45 minutes prior to this incident.
Right.
How much alcoholic beverage? Had you consumed any alcoholic beverage?
I had.
How much?
I had approximately 1 beer.
Now, you made a conclusion that the defendant was intoxicated. How close did you get to the defendant at your closest point during your entire interaction with her?
I would say I was in the passenger seat while she was in the driver's seat.
Did you get into the car?
I did not climb into the car. I reached in from the passenger side and removed the keys from the ignition.
Did you remain on the scene until the Belleville patrol car appeared?
Yes.
Now, when the Belleville patrol car appeared, was the defendant awake or asleep?
I am unsure because she was in the vehicle, and as soon as the patrol car pulled up and units began speaking to her on the other side, I removed myself from the scene.
But didn't you testify that she was making fumbling and slow motions?
So she had woken up, and as soon as I pulled the keys out of the car, she stopped moving and she sat back in. And after that, there was no movement in the vehicle.
And she didn't say anything? Okay. I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you, officer.
Officer, just before you leave, what police department do you work for?
Kearney Police Department.
Okay, just want to be sure, thank you. Thank you. Are you off working today, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason why Kearney cannot get their police officer back?
Well, we have more than enough officers. I was told by my superior officer if they needed me, I could hang.
So,
I can't anticipate recalling this witness.
if you wouldn't mind just waiting to the end of the
Absolutely.
case. Okay,
Whatever
thank
you need, sir.
And please do not speak to anyone about the case.
And would you ask Patrolman Benet to come in, please?
Do you have any recollection of anything she said? He'll see the video. Okay.
Should we just stand, raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear firm testimony you're about to give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Officer, you have your choice. You can either leave your mask on and take it off. It's your choice. It's whatever you feel more comfortable. If you'll just please state your full name and spell your last name.
Christopher Bounet, B-U-N-A-Y.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Officer, by whom are you employed?
The Belleville Police Department.
And for how long?
It's going to be 2 years now.
Okay. And directing your attention back to October 21st of 2020, did you respond to a business at 531 Joralemon Street in Belleville?
Yes.
Okay. And were you with another officer?
Yes.
And who was that?
My sergeant at the time, Sergeant King.
Okay. And prior to that date, had you received any training relative to DWI detection?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the nature of that training, please?
It was through the Essex County Police Academy.
Okay. Were you taught field sobriety tests?
Correct.
Okay. And up until October 21, 2020, had you encountered any individuals that were intoxicated during your professional career?
Yes.
And had you also, up to that point in time, been in the company or encountered individuals in your private life that were intoxicated?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, can you tell us what you observed?
At that point, there was the two officers, Officer Vino and Plummer, they were out with the vehicle.
Okay.
And we had an individual inside the vehicle.
Now, where was this vehicle located?
It was in front of Michael Roscommon in Belleville.
Okay. And is there a fire hydrant nearby?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was right by where the vehicle was stopped.
Okay. And was the vehicle properly parked?
No.
Okay. What was improper about it?
It wasn't, it was off from the sidewalk. It was kind of in the roadway.
Okay. Eventually, did you see the person behind the wheel?
Yes, once the officers that were on scene, the initial officers, requested that individual out.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it took them to get her out of the vehicle?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Can you give us an estimate?
It wasn't too much longer after myself and Sergeant Kane arrived on scene.
Okay. And once she got out of the vehicle, you were able to look at her, correct?
Yes.
Did you recognize her from any prior dealings?
No.
Right. Did you have any idea of who she was when she got out of the vehicle?
No.
Right. And is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And where's that person located?
Sitting right there.
Indicating the defendant for the record, Your Honor.
Indicated.
You were present, were you not, when the sergeant attempted to have the defendant perform field sobriety tests?
Yes.
And was she able to perform those tests?
No.
How many tests did he attempt to administer?
2 tests.
Okay, and how did she do on, or let me rephrase the question. Did she perform either of the 2 tests?
No.
And what did she do?
I'm sorry, in regards to...
To the testing?
Judge, could you ask the witness to please keep his voice up a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. In regards to what?
To the tests, in response to the request to do the tests.
She was, from what I recall, she was very hesitant to perform the test. She denied to try to perform the test at that point. She was given 2 opportunities.
All right. And was she subsequently placed under arrest?
Yes.
And was she requested to go into the back of the patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And did she eventually do that?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how long it took her to do that?
Approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, and why was that?
She kept denying that she wanted to go back inside the patrol car, and she kept asking as to why she was placed under arrest.
Okay, and was that explained to her?
Yes.
And did she accept that?
No.
Given your training and experience, up to that point in time, did you form an opinion of your own whether or not she was operating while intoxicated?
Correct.
And would you explain the basis for your opinion?
Yeah.
Judge, he answered correct, which you asked the question, did he form an opinion or not? And I don't believe correct elucidates what the answer means.
So you did you or did you not form an opinion?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was your opinion?
When we arrived on scene, like I said, approximately 5 minutes after we arrived on scene, she was asked to step out of the vehicle. She had trouble getting out, stumbling her words while she was trying to talk to us. Just stumbling out her words.
Okay, and did you were you close enough to see her face or her eyes?
No.
Okay, but based on what you observed, what was your opinion?
That she was intoxicated at that time.
Okay. Now, you subsequently went back to police headquarters, correct?
Yes.
And what was her behavior like at police headquarters?
She kept denying why she was arrested and kept questioning why after multiple times of being told.
Okay, and at some point in time, did she say that she didn't understand English?
Yes.
Now, was that the first time she had ever indicated that?
No.
Okay, when was the first time that she said she didn't understand English?
When we were out on the initial stop.
Okay, and was she speaking English?
Yes.
Did she appear to have any problems in understanding English?
No.
You're bilingual, are you not?
Yes.
Okay, and so what did you do at police headquarters?
I was requested by officers in order to translate a form that was supposed to be read out to the individual.
Okay,
We have it here, mister. Do you want to show me?
this is a different one, Judge.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
This is,
Mark that first up.
Judge, we'll save time. It'll be marked as S3 for identification.
S3.
You can shift it. Bill, you have that?
yes, I have that.
Officer, do you recognize that form?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the form that you were asked to read?
Yes.
And did you read it in its entirety to the defendant?
Yes.
And did she answer you?
She did not answer. I read it out loud and she kept interrupting, but I read it entirely, yes.
Okay, and there's an area, first of all, that is in Spanish, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, and there's after number 9, you read paragraphs 1 through 9, correct?
Yes.
And read it in its entirety?
Yes.
And did she give you an answer after you finished 9?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her answer?
No.
Okay, and did she give that to you in English or in Spanish?
I don't recall.
Okay. As a result of her response, did you then read the next paragraphs?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
No.
Judge, I would offer that. Well, let me just do one other thing. Bob, if you would ask S2. Shift to the right. Officer, would you take a look at S2 and just read through it for a moment and just tell us whether you're familiar with that form?
Yes.
Okay, and now would you look at S3, the Spanish version?
Yes.
Now, is S3 a true and accurate translation of S2?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I would offer S3 into evidence.
No objection.
S3 is now in evidence.
Officer, did the defendant's conduct at police headquarters, did that confirm your opinion as to whether or not she was under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. Your witness.
Officer Benet, at what stage of the proceedings in police headquarters did you read the Spanish version of the agreement or refusal to take the ALCA test?
At the point that they try to read it to the individual in English. They requested me to read it in Spanish.
Were you present when she was offered the to take the test in English?
Yes.
Now, when you were in police headquarters, were you in the same room as Miss Jacho at all times?
When I was there, yes.
Now, do you reside in Belleville?
Yes.
Are you active in Belleville politics?
Yes.
Were you aware that Miss Jacho was running for Board of Education?
No.
Were you? Is it a fact you were supporting her opponent?
In regards to,
Her running for Board of Education?
I don't recall.
You don't know if you were or you weren't?
Judge, I'm going to object. The officer indicated he didn't know she was running for Board of Ed, so how would he know whether or not he supported her opponent?
Well, I'm going to this officer's credibility to see if his previous testimony is accurate and truthful.
I understand, Judge, that he's trying to affect credibility, but it still doesn't address my objection.
Well, I'll allow the questions, but he did say he wasn't aware your client was running for the Board of Education. So if somebody else was running, I don't have to know that's relevant, but
All right, I'll rephrase that question. Were you supporting a candidate for Board of Education in the Belleville Board of Education election?
At what time?
At the time of this arrest, which was prior to the election of 2020.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you were supporting someone or not supporting someone?
I don't recall who was running at that time.
Was it your practice to support candidates for office in Belleville?
I'm sorry?
Was it your practice to support candidates running for Board of Education in Belleville?
Judge, I'm going to object just because I don't know what he means by support.
Mr. Freed, if you would, I mean, support means he voted for someone. Support could be he gave money. Support could be.
All right, okay. Were you active in any campaigns for Board of Education candidates?
I'm sorry, I still don't understand your question. Was I supporting somebody out in?
Have you ever gone to a rally for someone who is running for Board of Education in Belleville?
No.
Have you ever put a lawn sign on your house for a candidate
What office?
for Board of Education?
I don't recall.
You don't know if you put a lawn sign on your front lawn?
I don't own my house. I lived with my parents at that time.
During the processing of Miss Jacho, did you become aware that she was running for Board of Education?
Yes.
How?
Once she was placed under arrest, her vehicle was inspected to look for paperwork, and she did have signs in the back seat.
Were you the officer that released information to the press with respect to this arrest?
Judge, I'm going to object. I don't know. There's no facts, no foundation for that. It has to establish whether or not it was whether it was released.
Were you aware that the arrest of Miss Jacho was reported upon in the press?
Yes.
Were you the source of the information for that reporting?
No.
Were you present in the interrogation area in Belleville Police Headquarters when an officer said, "I've had enough of her, put it down as refusal"?
No.
Is there anything else you want me to ask you? Just 1 second, Judge. Okay. He answered when. Where were you located when you read Ms. Jaco her rights in Spanish?
At the same desk that the other officer was when he attempted to read it in English.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you, officer. Excuse me.
I have a question. During the entire period of time, was Ms. Jaco speaking Spanish at any time?
At some point, yes.
In what way? Was she speaking sentences or just what was she saying?
From what I recall, it was just words here and there in Spanish.
And your only involvement was reading the Spanish version of the standard statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, this officer's from Belleville. Are you working, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you mind waiting until we finish the state's case?
Yes.
Please don't speak to anyone about it. Okay, thank you.
And officer, would you ask Officer Plummer to come in? Thank you. Sorry, Erica. That'll be the last one.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Should have told me that before. But neither of these guys were the ones that.
If you would just stand in front of the microphone, if
Huh?
you raise your right
Well,
hand,
what-
swear you in, do solemnly swear affirm. Testimony about to give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth,
Hmm?
nothing. Okay, Officer, please have a seat. If you will please state your full name and spell your last name.
Stephen Plummer, Plumer.
Officer, you can either keep your mask on or take it off. It's your choice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Officer, by whom are you employed?
Belleville Police Department.
And for how long?
Approximately 3 years.
Okay, and prior to October 21 of 2020, did you receive any training relative to DWI detection?
Detection, yes, in the police academy, we've had some training.
Okay, and did that training include administration of field sobriety tests?
Yes.
And prior to October 20, 2020, had you requested individuals to perform field sobriety tests?
Yes.
And prior to that date, approximately how many cases were you involved in as the arresting officer with DWIs?
Maybe approximately 5.
Okay, and what about as a backup or assisting officer?
I couldn't recall the exact number.
And prior to that date, did you have occasion to be involved with individuals that were intoxicated?
Yes.
Ballpark, approximately how many people?
Hundreds.
Okay, and did you also have,
Hear that answer?
Hundreds.
Okay.
did you also have occasion in your private life to be involved with individuals that were intoxicated?
Yes.
Now, you were, were you assigned a partner on October 21, 2020?
Yes.
And who was that?
Patrolman Avino.
Okay, and were you assigned a particular patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And that patrol vehicle, let me rephrase the question. At about 12:51, were you dispatched to a location within Belleville?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was in front of Michael's Roscommon House.
Okay, and where's that located?
Right near the intersection of Joralemon and Passaic Ave. I don't know the specific number on Joralemon, though.
Okay, and what did you observe when you got there?
There was a vehicle parked approximately 4 to 5 feet from the sidewalk facing eastbound on Joralemon, right in front of where the fire hydrant was, with a female slumped over the steering wheel.
Okay, and was that, who approached the, did you or Officer Avino approach the operator of the motor vehicle?
I don't recall who initially approached. I know at some point I did approach the driver's side, but I
Okay,
don't remember who initially made the approach.
and were you able to see the face of the person behind the driver's wheel?
At first, no.
Okay, subsequently?
Yes.
All right, and would you look around the courtroom? Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And where's that person located?
Seated to my left.
Indicating the defendant for the record, Your Honor. Would you tell us the nature of your interaction, if any, with the defendant prior to her getting out of the vehicle?
At first, we believed she was having some type of medical issue, so we were asking her, after we were able to awaken her, we were asking her if she was having some kind of medical episode. She advised us she was not, and we continued to try to figure out what was going on until we started smelling the odor of alcohol from her, and then realized that she was possibly under the influence of alcohol.
Okay, and then what was done?
We repositioned our vehicle because we didn't have our camera on the vehicle yet. We just had our rear flashes on. So we activated all our lights, activated our camera to document the interaction
Okay. And was she requested to exit the vehicle?
numerous times.
Did she eventually get out of the vehicle?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. About how long did it take? Ballpark.
Approximately 5 minutes until I had to reach in and unlock the vehicle and open the door.
Okay. And
You reached it?
I had to reach through the window and unlock the door to open it.
Thank you.
why did it take so long to have her exit the vehicle?
She told us that we had no reason she initially told us we had no reason to pull her over, even though it wasn't initially a motor vehicle stop. She refused to get out, said she didn't have to, and just all around just refused to comply with any of our orders.
Okay. When she got out of the vehicle, how did she exit?
I don't recall her exact mannerism, but I remember she exited and we walked around to the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And what happened next?
Sergeant Kane had arrived on scene to administer the SFSTs.
Okay. And were you observing that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many tests he attempted to administer?
I was back and forth for a few minutes. I didn't observe the entire thing, but I observed them attempt at least 2.
Okay. And did the defendant ever successfully complete either of those 2 tests?
No.
Specifically, what do you recall about her performance?
Initially, she was advised to come to the sidewalk on a more even ground, but while she was still standing in the street, was arguing that she was on the sidewalk. Then when we got her to the sidewalk, she was doing the walk and turn test, and after only a few steps and being very unsuccessful and very unsteady, the test was
Terminated?
terminated. Thank you.
Okay. Did she perform the one leg stand?
No, she refused.
Prior to October 21st of 2020, had you ever met the defendant before?
Not that I recall.
Did you have any idea who she was?
No.
Did you have any idea of her involvement in school board politics?
No.
Do you recall who placed her under arrest?
I placed the handcuffs on her.
Okay. And did you then ask her to go into the patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And did she comply with your request?
No.
Did she eventually get into the vehicle?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that take?
At least 5 minutes.
Okay. And why was that?
She felt we had no right to place her under arrest. That she stated numerous times that we were beneath her and we had no right to do any of this to her, and just all around refused to comply with anything we asked her.
Did she require assistance to get into the vehicle?
Yes.
And who helped her?
Eventually, I know myself and Officer Bonet. I believe there was another officer next to me, but I don't recall exactly what it was at the time.
Okay. And what was the nature of that assistance?
We just guided her into the vehicle.
Okay. Now, that vehicle's equipped with a MVR, correct?
That's correct.
And have you had occasion to review the MVR?
From that night?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And does it truly and accurately depict what occurred on that evening?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Nobody was wearing body mics, correct?
No, not at the time.
All right. However, there is a microphone. They're not inside of the vehicle.
Yes, there is.
So it was able to capture anything that was said in the vehicle.
That's correct.
At police headquarters, was the defendant requested to exit the vehicle?
Yes.
And did she comply with that?
No.
And how long did it take to get her out of the vehicle?
It was about 10 minutes before we requested our supervisor to come down. 5 to 10 minutes, and then probably another 5 to 10 after that. I don't know the exact number, but ballpark.
And did she eventually get out of the vehicle?
Eventually, yes.
Was she taken to the processing room?
She was.
And in the processing room, were you present when the implied consent law was read to her by
Yes.
Officer Avino?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that form, are you not?
Right.
And did Officer Avino read all 9 paragraphs?
Yes.
And do you recall what her response was?
At some point throughout it, she then advises in English that she does not understand English, only Spanish.
Okay. Did he read the next paragraph to her?
I believe he completed it. I don't remember the exact,
Okay.
I don't remember.
It's all right. Was there another officer present?
Yes. Present? I'm not sure at the
Okay.
time.
Was another officer requested to read the form in Spanish to her?
Yes.
And what officer was that?
Officer Bonet.
Now, you placed her under arrest. So based upon your training experience and your real life experience and your observations with the defendant, did you form an opinion as to whether or not she had been operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol?
Yes, I did.
And what was your opinion?
That she was driving the vehicle while intoxicated.
Okay. And eventually she was placed in a holding cell, is that correct?
Yes.
And based upon your experience in the police department with the defendant, did that reconfirm your opinion as to her being under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
You completed some of the paperwork in this matter, correct?
That's correct.
Did you complete the drinking driving report?
Which one is that?
Judge, we'll do S4 only for identification.
Or for identification purposes.
Yes.
Okay. So, officer, you completed the observation portion of that, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell me what were your observations about her ability to walk?
She was swaying, sagging, and staggering.
Okay. And what were your observations about her ability to stand?
She was swaying and she would sag at the knees.
Okay. Did you make any observations about her balance?
I would put that more with her ability to stand, that she was swaying and keep herself steady and sagging at the knees.
Okay. And did you make observations of her speech?
Yes.
And can you tell me what those were?
She was rambling, slobbering. She was incoherent in her speech, slurred words. She
Okay.
was whining
Judge,
and crying.
I believe the defendant is reading his report.
Defendant?
What?
His reading report indicates he prepared it, yes.
Okay.
You mean the officers reading it?
Yes.
You said.
Okay, well, I just wanted the record to note that he's not testifying from an independent recollection, that he's reading the report that he's testified that he has prepared, but I want the record to be clear on that.
Okay.
You start though with the speech, because
Not a problem, Judge. Again, the observations that you made of her speech.
Yes, she was rambling. Her speech was slurred and incoherent at times. She was whining. She was crying a lot. She was stuttering her words at times.
And what observations did you make of her demeanor?
It was very up and down. She would fight with us. She'd be very excited. She would antagonize us at times.
What were your observations of her actions?
She resisted us very often. She used a lot of profanity. She spoke down to us very often.
What was, did you make observations of her eyes?
Yes, she had watery, bloodshot eyes that were, with her eyelids that were droopy.
Okay. Did you make observations as to whether she was wearing glasses?
She was not.
Okay. And did you make observations of her clothing?
Yes, they were fussed and dirty.
Okay. Observations of her hand movements?
Fumbling, slow,
And observations of her face?
flushed.
And was there an odor of an alcoholic beverage on her breath?
There was.
And you completed S4 in its entirety, correct?
That's correct.
And they were based upon the observations that you made on October 21st, 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
And based on these observations, is that that and your experience, was that the basis for your opinion you gave us earlier?
Yes.
You also completed, did you not, the DWI questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, for identification, I would ask the officer to look at S5 for ID.
Would you identify, what is S5 again, Brian?
The DWI, no, you can just, to Erica, just for ID. Thank you. The DWI questionnaire. Do you need to see a copy, Bill?
Okay.
Right, I don't think I marked S4.
That's for, just for ID.
ID, that's right.
For ID only.
Yeah. And that's the drinking driving report is S4. Thank you. Officer, do you recognize that DWI questionnaire?
I do.
Okay, and does it reflect the questions and responses that you got from the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, so did you ask her her occupation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She was a teacher.
Okay, and did you ask her whether or not she was sick?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
No.
Did you ask her whether she was under the care of a doctor?
That's correct. Yes.
And what was her answer?
No.
Did you ask her whether or not she was taking any medicine?
Yes.
And what was her answer?
No.
Did you ask her whether she had diabetes?
Yes.
And what was her answer?
No.
Did you ask her whether she was injured?
Yes.
And what was her answer?
No.
Did you ask her whether her injuries were affecting her?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you note any physical injuries or deformities?
There were none to note.
Did you also attempt to administer Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And is that reflected on page 2 of S5?
Yes.
And did you read to her paragraphs 1 through 4?
Yes.
And did you ask her whether she understood those rights?
Yes.
And based upon her response, you asked no other questions on the form, correct?
That's correct.
That's S5, identification.
Officer, did you also prepare the prisoner log?
Yes.
Okay, and thank you, Bob. And what I will have marked as S6 for identification. Is that the prisoner log that you completed?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell me as to, there's a box on the front of it that talks about the defendant's conduct or demeanor?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you complete?
Like which boxes I checked off?
Yes.
She was sad, tired, irritable, poor eye contact, unresponsive to questions, and that it was in fact an alcohol offense.
Okay, and on the second sheet, did you indicate property?
Yes.
Okay, and there's one item there.
Yes.
What is that?
A gold-colored necklace.
Okay, now, do you remember how you came into possession of that gold necklace?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me how that came about?
When asked to take off the necklace, the defendant ripped it off of her neck, breaking it.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear it either.
The defendant ripped the necklace from her own neck, breaking it, and then we were able to retrieve it.
There's also a page about observations while she was in the holding cell, is that correct?
Yes,
And some of those entries are yours, are they not?
that's correct.
And what observations were made?
By myself, that she was being processed, or when she was being processed, when she was placed in the cell, when she was sleeping, when she was given the opportunity to use the phone, when she was placed back in the cell, and then later when she was released.
Okay. And you additionally filled out the forms for the John's Law, correct?
That's correct.
witness.
Just 1 second, Judge. Yeah, I'm gonna. Judge, just a piece of housekeeping for a second. If I recall, S1 and S2 were the tapes? Okay, so that,
Is also in evidence as the standard statement.
right, but so what my understanding is that S1 and S2 will be looked at by Your Honor outside our presence? Okay. Okay, fine.
Judge, I think, I'm not quite sure. I'd like to try to clarify. S1 is the video.
Correct.
S2 is the English implied consent law.
Okay, I meant
And
S1.
S3 is the Spanish version.
Right. That S1 is going to be shown then in the
Well,
courtroom.
that's what we can address now.
Okay.
Judge, Mr. Freed and I,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mason, sorry.
Judge, Mr. Freed and I spoke prior to the beginning of the trial, and it's entirely up to Your Honor. But we have no objection if you want to view that after the conclusion of testimony, either today or at another time on your own. We both agree that there's a lot of video there. It's probably an hour's worth.
I am making a decision on this case tonight.
No problem. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Bill, your questions.
Would like to watch it while you're taking a break or in a separate portion of the day, it's fine, but I'm going to watch it and I'm going to make a decision.
Okay. Officer Plummer,
Yes.
I noticed that 2 of the summonses that were issued were computer-generated summonses with your name at the bottom of that. Is that correct?
I would believe so.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me, so I can't speak.
Okay. My question is, one of the 2 summonses that you issued, there were also some handwritten summonses by Officer Alvino, but the 2 that you issued, and just, why don't we, I'd like you to, can we mark the 2 summonses that Officer Plummer did for identification, just so he can at least refer to them in his testimony?
They're subject to being dismissed by the state, or void, rather.
Yes, Judge. There's clearly duplicates. That is 9466 and 67.
Okay.
And the officer actually wrote a supplemental report that you have.
I get a little concerned when you start saying that because I don't have any.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right. I understand that, but nonetheless, Officer Plummer, you had, at the time of the stop, you issued a summons for operation of a motor vehicle while intoxicated in a school zone.
That's correct.
Is part of your ongoing training with the Township of Belleville Police Department staying abreast of what the current statutes are?
Yes.
Were you aware at the time that you issued this summons that that law had been repealed?
No, I was not aware.
Did someone order you to issue that summons of the school zone?
No, they didn't.
You did that on your own?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Officer Plummer, do you reside in Belleville?
Do I have to speak to my private residence?
I don't want to know your address.
I do not now, no.
Okay. At the time you issued the summons, did you? This would have been October of 2020.
No, I did not.
At one time, did you live in Belleville?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that you were not aware when you came upon Miss Jacho that you didn't know who she was, did you?
That's correct.
But during the processing of Miss Jacho, did you become aware that she was a candidate for Belleville Board of Education?
Not a candidate, no.
In the 2020 Belleville Board of Education election, did you support a candidate for Board of Education?
You want me to release who I voted for?
I didn't ask you that. Did you support a candidate? Were you in, okay, I'll rephrase the question. Were you active in Belleville Board of Education politics?
No, I was not.
Did you, she was running against a Mr. Shelton. Did you support him?
Objection. How does he know that she was running against somebody? He didn't indicate he knew that.
I'm asking these questions to question his credibility, that this was a political In essence, this entire stop was a political hit job.
It lacks.
I'm going, it's
it-
the
it
hit,
lacks
you
pro-
can
it
laugh all
lacks-
you want, but we're going to credibility of this officer.
It lacks foundation, Judge.
What is your question of the officer there? He just said he did not participate in any politics for the Belleville Board of Education election. So what do you ask him now?
I asked him, did he support a Mr. Shelton who was running?
I'm not going to allow support. The support means, did you vote for them? Did you go to were you at a dinner with someone and said, that's a good guy, a good person, or a good woman, or a good position for that? No, you have to ask him, did he stand outside with a sign? Did he, other things like that? Now, support means nothing. You can support by saying, that's a good candidate. That's support. But you have to rephrase the question. It's not.
Did you participate in any fundraising events for the Board of Education election of 2020?
No, I did not.
Have anything else you want me to ask him on that subject? Okay. When Miss Jacho was being placed in the patrol car, I believe your testimony was she was combative or resisted being placed in the car.
That's correct.
To help assist her in the car, at any time did you punch her on the leg?
No, I did not.
As this arrest continued, was there at any time that you became aggravated or irritated at Miss Jacho for her constant assaults and resisting of assaults, strike that, insults of the police of you and your fellow officers?
I wouldn't say I was necessarily personally frustrated with her. Just the frustration with having to deal with somebody who was intoxicated, speaking the way she was, but nothing personal about it.
When she was in the interrogation room or processing room, whatever you call it, in the Belleville Police Department, were you becoming also frustrated when you were trying to elicit answers to complete the various DWI forms?
No.
Okay. Did you prepare the last drink form?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's in the discovery packet, I'll tell you exactly what the title of the form is.
Did you want to mark it?
Yeah, for identification, I had it here.
Mark that D1 for identification.
Yeah, hold on a second. We got more pieces of paper here than, okay, would you mark that D1, please, and then I, back. Oh, I have found it. It's entitled Driving While Impaired Last Drink Location Report. Yes, it is. I'll give you this one back.
Did you see this?
Form has been marked D1 for identification.
Okay.
The question, officer, did you prepare that form?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay, can I have yours, Erika, please? Okay. Okay. We're under date of arrest. Is it a fact you checked the wrong gender?
That would be correct, yes.
Nothing further on that. Okay, thank you. I have nothing further for this witness.
Judge, I just have a couple. On D1 for identification, did you ask the defendant where she had her last drink?
Yes,
What did she tell you?
that she didn't know.
Counsel asked you about your about politics, I guess, in Belleville. Do you recall at any point in time the defendant asking you or the other office to call a local politician?
Numerous, yes.
Okay. And who did she ask to be called?
A a sitting councilman, Vincent Cosarelli, as well as our sitting mayor,
Sorry, the name?
Vincent Cosarelli.
Vincent, can you spell last name if you can?
I don't know offhand, Your Honor.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
As well as our sitting mayor, Michael Melham.
And can you spell his last name?
Melham.
Melhan?
Yes, Your Honor.
First name?
Michael?
That's the mayor's last name.
Correct.
Do you know why did she explain why she wanted them called?
I believe her intent was to use them to get her out of trouble, using her affiliation with them.
No other questions, thank you.
I have a couple more questions. At any time during this entire incident, did you witness the defendant operating her motor vehicle?
I witnessed her sitting behind the wheel of the vehicle.
That's not my question.
Not actually moving the vehicle, no.
You did not see any operation.
I did not.
When you arrived on the scene, where were the keys to the vehicle?
They were in the hands of an off-duty Belleville police officer.
I have nothing further.
No, thank you.
Well, sir, if you could just wait to the end of the state's case, and then we'll let you get back to whatever you're doing today, okay?
It's no problem, Your Honor.
Please don't speak to anyone about the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, please.
Judge, that is the state's case.
For housekeeping. How about we take a break?
Okay.
I need to take a break, and when we come back in 15 minutes, you could speak to your client.
Sure.
And I assume the state's gonna show the videos of this, am I assuming?
Judge, given our discussion earlier, Judge, I would agree to watch them now.
And that's why I do want to keep the police officers, because after Mr. Freed views the video, you may have questions, so if we could just ask the police officers not to leave, I kind of gave maybe not a clear direction.
Here.
That was clear? Okay, because this way,
Clear.
we'll show the video, and this way if you have any questions.
And Judge, during the break, I'll just let them know we're going to look at the video.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, we'll take a-
Judge, the other housekeeping piece, if we are not concluded by 1 or 1:30 and we're not close to concluding, I would like to be able to take us to break for lunch.
Okay, so, you have no more witnesses, correct, Mr.?
No, Judge, I'm done.
How many witnesses?
I have one.
Okay, well, again, yeah, I mean, obviously I can't stop the meeting, of course. Well, let's see how we go. I think if it's an hour for the video, it should be done by 11:30, we should be fine.
Yeah, we should be, yeah. And I did bring a couple candy bars, so I'm, as the instruction of your administrator,
How long of a break do you want to take? And they just want to go get coffee if they could.
Oh, absolutely, tell them, okay, cool.
yeah,
Well, tell them, don't have the lunch, just 15 minutes.
15
okay?
minutes.
right.
You can go further.
Yes, thank
They tell them they get me coffee, but they,
you. Your,
Judge, I'd offer the videos. Dash cam 1 and 2, which is S1.
Mr. Freed?
no objection, it was. Okay, thank you.
That should disappear.
Okay. That looks like next to him is probably Plumber, that's Plumber. At your car? Okay.
That is,
No, I can hear you, can't speak, you're on the road.
No, I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, Judge, there is no body mics, so there's no sound on anything until back at the vehicle. I think you can hear some music being played in the car, but other than that.
I feel like this is a movie I've seen many times. sir.
Just one second. Can the officers come in the courtroom, Mr. Freed and Mr. Mason?
I have no objection.
I have no objection.
You can stay in.
Okay, Judge, if we can just back it up a little bit, there is a camera 2. When the officers are walking her towards the back, and then, camera 2 picks up the full audio, the officers.
Well, is there any more on camera 1? Does it,
She's in the car, she's at the car.
she's at the car, but which camera shows her being placed in the car, 1 or 2? I'd like to continue with 1 until 1's conclusion and then pick up with 2.
Okay, we're gonna be watching sidewalk.
Well, I'd like,
Looked at this, right?
yeah, I did look at it.
Sidewalk.
Let's continue with.
All right.
And when we get to sidewalk, I'll be happy to acquiesce.
You're at sidewalk.
All right, just let's go a little further, please. Continue with video 1 a little further. Okay, that at that point, I just wanted to see that thing with the sergeant coming by. That's fine. If you wish to switch to video 2 at this point, that's fine.
Judge, if we can back it up, it's when the defendant's being escorted to the car, then we can switch to camera 2.
So these are different videos.
No,
Right.
up in the top box.
You want the back seat?
Yes,
Okay.
but you have to go back further on camera one,
Yeah,
when they start to walk her to the side of the vehicle.
correct.
So if you go backward. Yep, on camera one, just move it
Camera
back.
one.
They record simultaneous.
Right, okay, so keep on going back a little bit more.
More?
Okay, now just let it play forward, and as soon as they pass the camera, if you switch to camera two, then it'll pick up in the car. That's fine.
That's fine.
And if you can turn the volume up, please.
Size of the gun. Playing from here and up there.
Judge, can you hear that?
Yes. The question is the tape of, is that going to be picking up on the sound recording of the court sound recording?
Maybe if you move the microphone down towards, bend it down. There you go.
Want to go back?
If you could, just to the getting in the car.
Staring at me. But I know what I want to do, and I know what I want to hear, and I did not do anything wrong. No, I want to hear what the fuck that I did wrong.
Don't start.
I want to know what the fuck that I did wrong.
You're driving under the influence of alcohol. That's what you're being arrested
Thank you, officer. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you.
Please get in the car nicely.
What did I do wrong?
I just explained to you what you did wrong, man.
No.
You're driving under the
What
influence
did
of
I do
alcohol.
wrong?
Ma'am, would you please sit in the car, ma'am? You get up to headquarters, the handcuffs come off. So if you can cooperate with us, so just climb in there so you don't get hurt. You're under the influence of alcohol. Drinking and driving is against the law. Oh, yeah, go in the car, man. Thank you.
Maybe. Plug headphones in.
She said that more.
You'll have your day in court. I apologize, can we just go back to, can you hold them up too like that?
Sure.
Like the Statue of Liberty.
They're all connected.
Okay.
That's just about
Don't break it.
No, you can go to where they were. Yeah, you can go to where they started, that's the only volume.
Staring at me is not gonna do anything.
But I know what I want to do, and I know what I want to hear, and I did not do anything wrong. No, I want to hear what the fuck that I did wrong.
Ma'am, don't start.
I want to know what the fuck that I did wrong.
You're driving under the influence of alcohol. That's what you're being arrested
Thank you,
for.
officer. I
You're welcome.
appreciate it. Oh, thank you.
Now, please get in the car nicely.
What did I do wrong?
I just explained to you what you did wrong, ma'am.
No.
You're driving under the
What
influence
did
of
I do
alcohol.
wrong?
Ma'am, please sit in the car, ma'am. When you get up to headquarters, the handcuffs come off pretty quick. So you can cooperate with us. So just climb in there so you don't get hurt. You're under the influence of alcohol. Drinking and driving is against the law. Okay?
Come on, we gotta go in the car, man.
Thank you.
I did not do anything wrong.
You'll have your day in court, ma'am. I'm just trying to explain to you what we observed. Our observations are you've been drinking under the influence of alcohol.
Stop pulling
What
back.
did I
Go in
do
the car.
wrong?
Drinking and driving.
Don't touch me like that.
Just gotta
I
go in the car
did
nicely.
not do
Ma'am.
anything else besides here. Stand in here.
Right here. You go in the car, be cooperative now. You'll have your day in court
Stop.
when you go to court. But this is not gonna happen, okay? Don't be silly, man.
Stop
Don't be
fighting
silly.
with
Now,
us.
why
You know what?
Stop fighting with
You
us.
know why, right?
You're gonna end
Why?
up getting charged with resisting arrest. Go in the vehicle, please. Get in the car.
Don't be silly.
Stop.
Ma'am, don't be silly, please.
Come on.
Please go in the car and cooperate.
Get in the car.
Just
Why
sit in the
would
back
you
of
go
the car.
Because I'm not a fucking undocumented fucking
Hold
bitch. That's why.
Sit in the car. Get in the car.
Nope. That's why not. Nope. Nope. Why?
Stop
I am a
listening to
fucking
me.
poor
I don't
bitch.
think you're poor.
Yes.
I don't think you're poor. It's got nothing to do with drinking and driving. You can mention it. Poor doesn't matter.
Sit in the car.
Sit in the car, ma'am. We're gonna
I
pull you
am
in.
not undocumented.
That's got
I am a woman.
Yes,
I have rights.
yes, and you have a right to remain silent. Anything you can say, use against your
Thank
court
you.
of law.
I appreciate it.
Okay, you're under the arrest for under the influence of alcohol, driving behind
No,
the wheel.
I didn't do anything wrong.
That's our observation.
That's what you think.
Ma'am,
I did not do anything wrong.
Okay, well, you'll have your day.
You have a right. I have rights.
Absolutely, and I just explained to you your rights. But I also explained to you have your day in court.
I have rights.
Okay,
And you have rights.
Absolutely.
Great.
Okay. So now
Okay,
again,
thank
I'll
you.
explain to you again. You're not gonna stand there because you're gonna go in the car, you're gonna go to
I
headquarters,
didn't
and
do
you're gonna.
anything wrong.
Ma'am, I'm not here to argue with you. You wanna
I
get
am not
charged with criminal
arguing
charges
with
on
you.
top of everything else, that's your business. The men are gonna put you in the backseat of the car, you're gonna be transported to headquarters. When you get there, the handcuffs come off. That's the way it works. Okay. So now you're gonna go in and cooperate. All right, then you guys are gonna put you in there one way or the other.
That's
You're
great.
going in there one way or the other. So if you don't wanna go in there cooperate, that's fine. Right? It's simple. You'll be in and out of headquarters.
I will remember this.
I understand.
Perfect. I will remember Michael Melham.
All right.
Nope, I did not do anything.
Ma'am, please.
Absolutely not anything else. Look at you.
Yes, look at
Yes, look at you, what you're doing. Nope, I did not do anything wrong. Nope. Nope.
Ma'am,
You are horrible. Wow, horrid. Horrible, and I am saddened. I am saddened by all of this. Saddened. I am so sad that this is what I have to go through. I am so sad. 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 I am so sad. 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 Absolutely sad. 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 Oh my God, I'm so sad for this and everything that has been done to me. Sad. Oh my God, I am so sad. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. Oh my God, I am so sad. Sad. Sad, absolutely disgraced. Sad because, oh wow. Sad. This is a disgrace. 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 I am sad. Sad. Sad in S-A-A-A-A-D. Disgrace. Oh wow. Sad. Wow. Sad. Sad. Are you gonna take me out of this shit and this fucking shit? Sad. 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 Absolutely sad. Sad. S-A-A-A-A-A-D. Sad. Wow. Wow. Sad. Absolutely sad for you. And all you stand for. Huh. Sad. 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 Absolutely sad for you and everything you stand for. Sad. S-A-A-A-A-A-A-D. Capital A and D. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I want to go home. Oh, God. Great. I want to go home. Can I go home? Can I go home, please? I want to go home. I want to just go home. I want to just go home. I want to just go home. I don't want to know anything else. I want to just go home. I want to just go fucking home. You fucking piece of shit. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Right, they're not going on the line while you're streaming. Probably a male or female.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Well, I'm getting 41 Belleville Ave on the map to the corner of Belleville and Road on the east southern side.
Single 100, 3776.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm getting hung up on now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Retail, ready further.
I don't.
2137. From the victim, we're looking for a gray Honda traveling westbound on Belleville Ave. Freezing. Leaving. We're taking further. Unsure if it actually struck the victim or almost struck him.
What do you want me to do?
What?
What do you want me to do? Don't touch me.
We're trying to help you so you can get
out. Great. Don't touch me.
Yeah, we're just trying to help
Do not touch me.
Okay, get out, come out then, on your own. You just said not to help you out. So
Don't touch me.
we're not touching you. You just said, go ahead, come on.
You know what you're doing, right?
What? I'm aware of what I'm doing, and I'm doing my job. Step out of the vehicle.
Your job?
Yes.
Tell Vinny what you're doing. Call Vinny. Tell him the job you're doing.
Yes,
Vinny?
step out of the vehicle.
Vinny? Tell Vinny what you're doing. Tell Vinny what you're doing.
I don't know who Vinny is. Step out of the vehicle.
Tell Vinny what you're doing.
Man, I don't know who Vinny is. Step out of the vehicle.
What the... Tell Vinny what you're doing.
We don't know who Vinny is.
Yeah, great. I don't care what you think, and what you do, and what you say. Tell Vinny what you're doing.
I don't know who Vinny is.
Great, wonderful. Tell Vinny what you're doing.
Please step out of the car.
Tell Vinny what you're fucking doing. I can't believe you. Everything I've worked for in my life, I've never been this fucking way because I did not. Tell Vinny. I want you to Vinny and tell Vinny. Vinny.
I need you to come out of the vehicle.
What? Right. When Vinny goes everything I say and say it. Listen.
You're not even making sense.
Okay, great. I do not fucking make any sense, right? Okay? Great. I'm sorry. I apologize and everything you say. I apologize. No. I have never in my entire life done anything to you or anything else because I have never done like none of this.
Can you please continue to come out of the vehicle, ma'am?
No, because you know what you want to do and you don't care.
Please step out of the car.
No. I have never done anything wrong here.
Step out of the vehicle.
I have not done anything wrong.
This female refused to come out of the vehicle. Have you seen this pattern at all?
Can you start? Can you tell Vinny I'm here?
Ma'am, I don't know what you're
Okay, great.
I can't call anybody for it if you don't tell me who it is.
Vinny Cazzarelli. Call him. Call him. Call him.
Ma'am.
Call him. Because I will never in a million years be disrespected like this. I have never, ever, 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 ever. Oh my God, I can't believe this. I never done anything wrong. I've never.
Can you
and I
please
really
come out of the vehicle?
Call Vinny. I can't believe this. Vinny will save me. Oh my God. And Vinny will say, Erika, what's wrong? And what are you doing, Erika? And I would say, I don't know, Vinny. And listen, I don't know what's going on. I'm just, Vinny, I'm staying here. And he was like, Erika, what's going on? Call Vinny. Call Vinny. Call Vinny. You're a disgrace.
Step out of the
You're a
vehicle.
disgrace. Call Vinny.
Please step out of the vehicle.
I will.
Thank you.
When Vinny is called. And I would
We can't
disgrace.
call anybody right now, ma'am.
Yeah.
We need you to step
I
out
can
of the
call
vehicle.
anybody you want once we get upstairs.
Call Vinny. Yeah. I am a disgrace.
Ma'am,
Please step out of the vehicle.
right now, these are just motor vehicle violations. If you continue to do this, there's gonna be
Great.
criminal charges.
Listen.
It'll behoove you to just step out of the
He
vehicle.
moved me.
Yes. Just step out of the vehicle.
I have never in my entire life done anything wrong.
Come on.
No.
You're gonna be charged more charges. You're making it worse on
I
yourself.
have not done anything wrong.
Judge, then we would go to dash 2, which continues in the back seat of the vehicle.
Answer the phone, tell me I'm in the middle of the trial.
Should say dash cam 2, or dash 2.
Do you have something to show me?
And then tap the screen and
Okay.
that little box, a thumbnail.
You're under arrest.
Great.
Suspicion of
Camera
DUI.
2.
Now, you're only
Wonderful.
making it worse for yourself by not getting out of the
Wonderful.
vehicle. You have to come out of the vehicle.
I have never in my entire life been disregarded and disgraced in this manner. And I will stand here and I will fight for my rights.
Well, we're gonna either pull you out or you're gonna walk out.
If you pull me out, there will be video footage. Absolutely. Call Vinny. Call Vinny.
Vinny, who?
Vinny Cazzarelli. Call him.
We're not calling for that.
No, call him. Because
Judge, no, this is actually a
Yeah,
continuation.
yeah, this is not, we're not repeating what we're,
No,
this
no,
is,
it's- She may be repetitive, Judge, but it's more footage.
yeah.
It was only 10 minutes.
Erica, please, you can't speak.
but if he stands for this,
stands for what, ma'am?
If he stands for you pulling me like I'm fucking a piece of shit,
No one's
I
treating
am
you
not
like
a piece of shit.
No one's treating you
No,
like a piece of
yes
shit.
you are.
How are we treating you like a piece of shit? Tell me.
I'm here and standing.
Tell me how
I
we're
am
treating you like
trying.
a piece of shit.
I am trying very hard for my right to be fought and for my right to stand.
To be what?
Oh wow.
I can't understand
It's
you, ma'am.
okay. It's okay. Because you know what?
Please come out of the vehicle.
Yeah.
We're asking you nicely to come out
Thank
of the
you.
vehicle.
I appreciate it.
Now, can you please come out of the vehicle?
Tell Vinny to come here.
We're not telling anybody to
No,
come out
you
of
call
the
Vinny
vehicle.
and
We
you
don't
tell
come
him.
out of the vehicle.
Why not?
Because we don't have to.
Why not?
Vinny has nothing to do with this.
Absolutely, Vinny
No,
has
he does.
everything to do
How?
with it.
How does he have anything to
I've
do with
lived in this town
So
for
what does
30
that have-
fucking 5 years.
So what does that have anything to do with it, man?
Absolutely. I have never stepped over any boundaries. I have never stood over any laws. And but you and you
One second, you need to cancel fire.
and you think
Perfect.
your laws are above anything
Great.
and everything.
Okay.
Thank
Now,
you.
you're only making it worse
Thank
for
you.
yourself.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
Listen, I'm here. I didn't do anything wrong. No. And if I did everything wrong, then let it
Then
be.
what?
Then let it be.
You obviously...
Let it be.
Ma'am, you gotta get
Let
out of the
it
car.
be.
You have to get out of
I
the car.
have not done anything wrong. Let it fucking be. I love you long time. Mwah. I love you. But I have never done anything wrong in this precinct. I have never
one said
done
you did.
anything
Okay.
wrong in this police force. I have never done anything wrong besides uphold loyalty and honor. And if that is a disgrace, so be it.
Ma'am, you gotta get out of the car.
Great,
You
great.
can't sit in the car.
Okay. I have never done anything else wrong.
Ma'am, we're not saying you did.
Okay, great.
You're under arrest, so you gotta
Great.
come out of the
Thank
car.
you. I appreciate
We
it.
have to process you, and then you could go home. But by you prolonging this, you're just
You
gonna
are
make it worse for you.
processing me
Yes,
because
ma'am.
this is irrational.
No, it's
I
not, ma'am.
cannot believe you're processing me.
We
I
have to
did not
process
do
you, ma'am.
anything wrong.
What we can do, you can get out of the car, you
Wow.
get your phone call, and you can call Vinny from inside. You can
No,
do wherever you want.
let him call me.
No,
Let him call
doesn't
me.
work that way.
Absolutely, because he will fucking be in shit and he will shit face himself. It's like, Erica, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. You want me to fucking I will take no. I didn't do shit. Tell him to call me.
Okay, please step out, man.
No.
Man, we're not gonna stay here all night. We're gonna grab your arm
Great.
and escort you out of the car. I can tell you that
Great.
right now.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're just prolonging the process, man.
Thank you.
You wanna go home, correct?
I'm not afraid of anything.
What's up?
I'm not afraid.
Afraid of what, man? Watch, I don't want you to fall out either. Put your feet underneath you, okay?
I'm not afraid of you
We're
or
not saying
you.
you are. We're not
trying to
saying
get you to
are.
come out of the car.
I am so ashamed of this police station. I am so ashamed of you and you and you.
Okay, now you have to come
I'm
out of the
so
car.
ashamed of you.
Alright.
Okay, man, please come out of the car.
No,
Why will you not come out of the car?
I will be here and I will speak for my rights and my
Can you confirm that address for us?
I will fight for my rights. Thank
Man,
you.
get out of the car, go upstairs, you can call Vinny yourself.
I
wanna talk from that
I will stay here for
You're
my
not gonna
rights
stay here. I can tell you that
and
right now.
okay. Fight. I will fight for my rights.
And then you're
And
gonna
everything great. You think I'm afraid of you? You know how many times I've fight for my rights? I have fought my rights so many times. I'm not afraid of you or you.
Yeah, we're not saying you're afraid of us.
I
We
have
have to do our
not.
job.
Great.
You're here, you're under arrest.
Great.
We have to
Mhm.
process you and you can get your phone call.
No,
You can call Vinny. Okay? You're making this look bad on you
you're
on the camera right now by staying in the vehicle.
absolutely.
It's only gonna be worse for you now.
And
us.
I appreciate it if Vinny calls me.
Well, Vinny's not gonna call you, because we're not gonna
That's
call
right.
Vinny.
Okay,
You can
great.
call Vinny when you get upstairs.
Oh, it's wonderful. I'm not afraid of anything.
We're not saying you're afraid. We have a job to do like you do.
And
have to get
you
out of the car.
have a right to do. And it's a disgrace what you're doing.
Can you please come out of the vehicle?
No. No. I will, if Vinny calls me,
Vinny's not gonna call you.
okay,
You can
Vinny.
call Vinny upstairs.
tell Vinny to call me. Tell Vinny to call me.
We'll let you call him when you get upstairs.
Tell Vinny to call me.
You have a right to a phone call upstairs.
I have nothing with you and you and you. I have no rights.
Yeah, okay.
Great, thank you. I have no rights.
Well, she's coming back.
Wonderful. And if I have a lot of rights, then let Vinny call me. Let Vinny call me. I have a lot of rights.
You have a
Thank
right
you.
to call somebody upstairs.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So when
Thank
you
you.
go upstairs, we can call.
Oh, you're so thank
Please continue to put your feet out and step out, ma'am.
Let
Please
Vinny
put
call
your
me.
feet out. Okay.
Let Vinny
Please
call
put
me
your feet
because
out.
Vinny is so amazing.
Please put your feet out.
And let him call me.
Ma'am, please put your feet
No.
out so we can get you out of the vehicle. Yeah, as soon as you get out of the car and go upstairs, you can make your phone call.
Let Vinny call me.
He can't call you down here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no phones down here.
I don't care.
All right? So you want to talk to him, you got to go upstairs. Plain and simple.
So disappointed in you.
Okay, ma'am, you said that already. Let's get quiet. Let's get upstairs.
I am so saddened that you are whatever you are to the chief of police in this town.
I'm not the
Man.
chief.
No,
You said?
whatever you are to the chief of police in this
Okay.
town.
I'm an officer. Whatever's an officer.
Oh, wonderful. I didn't say you're a chief of police. I'm glad I
Ma'am.
didn't.
You have to come out of the car because we don't want to have to escort you out of the vehicle. All right?
If you can escort me out of this vehicle,
Excuse me?
thank you.
You want to be escorted out?
Listen, sir. I am absolutely
You're what?
in a disgrace and the honor
Ma'am,
of
you
calling
said that already.
myself a citizen of the United States of America
Okay.
is not you.
Okay, ma'am. Very
Thank you, sir.
Please
All right.
take your right and left foot and put them out here, please.
No.
We're not going to stand there all day with her.
Mm-hmm. Great.
We have to escort her out.
Call Vinny. I am a citizen of the United States of America. I do not care what you have to say. Nope. Nope. I did not do anything wrong.
Please step back to the vehicle.
Absolutely did not do anything wrong. I did not do anything wrong.
Walk.
Yep, that's it, Judge.
Mr. Mason, we're in your case. You showed the video.
Judge, I don't have any other testimony or documents at this time.
That's the state's case.
Yes, sir.
State's case, Mr. Freed.
Okay, state rests.
State is rest.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to make a motion that number one, the charge of driving on the driving, reckless driving be dismissed, that even giving the state all the inferences it could possibly get, they have not proven that case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mr. Mason.
Judge, I believe that at this juncture, the motion should be denied. Judge, counsel is right. The state is entitled to all reasonable inferences. It's clear that the defendant was driving intoxicated from what we've seen so far, that she parked her vehicle in the roadway. The officer has testified she's across the street from a school. Judge, I think all of that is sufficient at this juncture.
Regard to the defendant's application, in regard to this juncture of the case for dismissal, the state has to be given all reasonable inferences at this time. But the statute requires a person who drives a vehicle heedlessly, in willful or wanton disregard of the rights or safety of others, in manner so as to endanger or be likely to endanger the person or property shall be guilty of reckless driving, even given the state all reasonable inferences. We know that DWI, under the statute case law, operation is not like operating a motor vehicle for instance, using a cell phone, the vehicle must be moving, but DWI has a different definition for operation. But I think the state needs to, at this point, even to have more testimony as far as driving heedlessly. There's no driving down the roadway. So at this point in the case, I will grant the motion to dismiss.
Okay.
Judge, I would also move that the driving, operation DUI within 1,000 feet of a schoolyard be dismissed because that statute has already been repealed.
Judge, I'll agree with that dismissal.
Since we're in the trial, I'm entering a finding of not guilty. At this point, we're in the trial.
And Judge, there were some other tickets that were issued by Officer Plummer, Judge, which counsel has referenced earlier. Those are listed for dismissal because they're duplicate.
The 29466, my motion. I'd just like to do it at the end of the trial.
That's fine, Judge.
It does deal with DWI, and it's just there's no procedure.
Not a problem at all, Judge.
Motion at the end of the trial.
Okay, I would also move that the DUI and the refusal be dismissed because at the end of that, giving the state all the inferences, they have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Go back to that motion, Mr. Freed. I know the state must be given all reasonable inferences, but at this point, their case is overwhelming. But I must deny the motion as the testimony so far is overwhelming, but I must deny her.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Those are all my motions.
Mr. Freed?
Okay, just let me have 1 minute with my client at this point. Yeah, surely. Let's go outside for a second.
Yes, I'm sorry. I can't hear my desk.
That's fine, because I'm saying.
Very brief, Judge.
Those belong to Sue. You want me to take them back?
I'll bring it.
Okay, thank you.
If you guys can wait, I appreciate it. I have no idea what she's saying.
Mr. Freed, do you need more time?
No, I just wanted to explain just what transpired, Your Honor, and also to give the defendant her options as to whether she wished to testify or not testify. We're going to the defendant is going to testify.
Ms. Jaco, is it Jake or Jaco?
Jaco.
I know Mr. Freed has discussed this issue with you. You understand this is a criminal trial. The state has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You have no burden in this case. Do you understand that?
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry.
Can you move it
What
just forward? It can be low, but
do you want me to?
I just it was too.
Okay, all right. You understand the state has no burden, you have no burden in this case. The state has the burden of proof. Do you understand that? Get the answer yes or
You
no.
have to say yes or no.
You understand that as an accused, you have an absolute right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand your silence can never be used against you. Understand that? The reason being is because you have no burden, so you don't have to prove anything. The state has to prove every aspect of their case, and as a motion made by Mr. Freed in regard to the reckless driving, I dismissed that because the state did not meet its burden of proofs on that matter. Do you understand that? And you understand that as Mr. Freed did an excellent job of cross-examining the police officers, if you do testify, first of all, anything you say can be used against you. Understand that? And you also understand that as Mr. Freed did an excellent job of cross-examination, the prosecutor is going to also ask you questions. You understand that? And that could be of anything in this case, the videos, and you understand you must answer those questions if you testify. You understand that? And understanding all those factors, that you have no burden, that you have a right to remain silent, the state has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you still wish to testify in this matter, or do you wish to remain silent?
I wish to testify.
Okay. Please take the witness stand.
The witness stand is over there where the Purell is. And please keep your voice up at all times.
And just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear a firm testimony about the given this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can have a seat. Please state your full name, and please spell your last name.
Erika Jacho, Jacho.
And Ms. Jaco, as I gave to all other witnesses in this case, if you'd like to remove your mask, you can. If you want to keep it on, that's absolutely fine as well.
I'd like to keep it on.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Freed.
Okay. Ms. Jacho, were you operating a motor vehicle in the township of Belleville on the morning of October 21st, 2010, at approximately midnight?
Yes.
I want you to tell the court, in your own words, about your actions that day leading up to your interaction with the Belleville Police Department.
Around 8 p.m., I left my house to drop off lawn signs to various people in Belleville. I greeted many people that were receiving the lawn signs to be put on their lawn. So I was doing my campaign drop-offs. And each time I greeted anybody, I made sure I used my alcohol-based hand sanitizer. And I did that for about almost 3 hours because I dropped them off myself. And each time I spoke to different people. So each time was a different time span. So it took me about 3 hours to drop off lawn signs. And I had lawn signs that had my name, my campaign information, very visible in the back seat of my car. And after I was dropping off one of the last ones, because it wasn't supposed to be my last one, I got a phone call from my son. He was staying with his father while going to college because his father's house was closer than my house, and the commute would have been easier because he was going to start playing football. He called me that day around 11 at night, and he said that he had a secret to tell me that for...
Is there going to be an objection? It's hearsay, unless he's testifying.
Judge, it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, I'm telling you from my experience what occurred.
Please continue.
So, he stated he dropped out of college because he was going to Kane University. And that he started working because I didn't know he was working. And that he was working at UPS, that he just started a week before. And that he dropped out. That destroyed me completely. So I was crying and screaming inside my car at him, and very upset and angry. So after that, I tried to put myself together and get myself home. And as I was driving, because I was crying so much, I could not breathe, and I could no longer, I was crying and my eyes were very watery, and I parked the car.
How do you account for the fact that you did not park your car legally?
I couldn't breathe, and I had to, I pulled over to the right, and I parked.
The police officers testified that when they came to originally when they saw you, you were sleeping with your head slumped on the wheel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please describe for the court what happened next.
I was very dizzy and nauseous, and I couldn't breathe because I was crying so much that I felt like a panic attack. So I definitely was in that position. And when they knocked on my window several times, he said if I didn't open the window that he was gonna break my window, and then I lowered it, and then he opened the door.
What happened next?
That was only the Belleville police, because there was never anybody else. And then he told me to exit the vehicle. I exited the vehicle. It wasn't even 20 seconds after that. And I exited the vehicle, and he told me to go to the side. I did, through the back to the side. which I did. And then the other one told me, go back and stand behind the car. So then I stood behind the car because I was trying to be cooperative.
Was there a point in time that a Belleville police officer asked you to perform some roadside or field sobriety tests?
Yes.
Please describe what happened with the first test, which was the heel-to-toe walk.
I made it very clear that I had heels on. They never allowed me to take my heels off. I told them I am not even able to close my legs right. So, because obviously I'm not skinny, I'm heavyset. So they were still ignoring everything that I was saying and telling me to do it, the instructions. And I said, but I cannot physically do it. I'm telling you, I cannot physically do it. I'm having heels on and I'm heavyset, so I can't close my legs the way you're telling me to do it. So I already stated I couldn't do it. I tried. I said I'll try, and I did.
Was there a second test that I believe from the tape Sergeant Kane requested you to do, which was the one-leg stand?
He didn't even try to get it that far, and he didn't even show that at all.
Did you refuse to take that test?
No.
Okay. Had he demonstrated that test, would you have been able to comply?
I would try, but I already said that I was wearing heels, and my balance is not good without heels. Forget with heels.
Did there become a point in time where you were placed under arrest for suspicion of drunken driving or driving under the influence?
Yes, handcuffs were placed on me while I was standing on the sidewalk.
Okay. Would you explain to the court why you did not follow the directions of the police officers?
There was verbal interactions because I know some of these police officers that are here present, because not all of them are here, are definitely involved with my opponent's campaign.
How do you know this?
There's plenty of pictures on Facebook. There's plenty of events they're seen at. I also have a organization that I belong to, and I had plenty of events at City Hall myself. And there was, in a recorded meeting, which is a Board of Education meeting, it's recorded and it's public information, my citizenship was questioned and my education. So there is already political targets against me, and they already knew. They knew who I was.
Objection, Judge. I don't know how she can read minds.
Sustained. You may proceed.
You watched the videos with me, my associate, and you watched them here today in court. Were any of the officers that you describe as being opposed to your candidacy, were they part of, and any of, strike that, let me phrase it so as not to elicit an objection. On any of the tapes, were any of the officers depicted that were involved politically with respect to the Board of Education election? Depicted means, we have three officers here. There was, I believe, one other officer, Sergeant Kane, who was depicted because he was the one that instructed you on the road sobriety test. Was he the gentleman that you were referring to?
There's two gentlemen, Sergeant Kane and Officer Plummer.
Okay. What happened next?
Officer Plummer was the one who put the handcuffs behind me. I disputed with them, telling them that the sobriety test I could not do, so why are they taking me in? I already told them I couldn't do it, and I tried and I tried, and I told them I would try. So I wasn't saying that I'm not going to do it. I did try, but I already explained to them why I physically could not do it. They ignored me, and then
Is that your reason for not complying with their directions?
the
Do you
reason
understand
that
my
I could-
question?
No, can you repeat it?
The video clearly depicts that you did not immediately enter the police vehicle when asked to do so. Why did you not follow the police officer's orders?
Because at that point, I thought that was they were doing something incorrect, because it wasn't that I was drunk. It wasn't any of that. So what they were doing, I felt was incorrect. So that's why I originally, when they put the handcuffs on me, I didn't resist anything, but I kept questioning. I'm like, why are you doing this? Because of the fact that I was attacked completely during my campaign, political attacks galore. So even as a result of this, in the 6 hours within the arrest of me being released, it was already in NJ.com, cover of Observer, Nutley Pulse. I mean, the Observer is not even my county. So within 6 hours of me being released, that's already out. There's a YouTube the same day out.
Okay.
So I was politically attacked completely.
Were you, as you were entering the police car, were you assaulted?
Yes.
Please describe the assault.
So one was tugging me to the right, another officer was tugging me, shaking me. The other one was just telling me, go in. And the one, since he was tugging me to the right, I was almost sitting onto my hands, which were behind me with the handcuffs that were extremely tight. Because when he put the handcuffs on me, he put it extremely tight. And so he pulled me, and I even said to him, look what you're doing, because he punched my right leg. And I provided pictures
All right.
of that.
Okay. I'm going to show the prosecutor a document that I would like to be marked D2 for identification.
Judge, I'm going to object as to relevancy.
Okay? The crux of our defense is that this was not a by-the-books motor vehicle stop. We don't have an ALCA test that this entire incident was politically motivated. And part of that bias against my client would be, could I finish the sentence?
Because you're talking about a political motivation, but your client just testified everything that happened after the event. But a political motivation would be that the police were lurking for this person and at the direction of a political adversary to stop her for DWI. But it's everything has to be beforehand. What happened afterwards, we all know about social media and what happens, and it's a shame, but that's the world we live in. But how is it politically motivated if there's nothing beforehand? I'm trying to give you credence.
Judge, in a perfect world with a perfect case, there would be a conspiracy ahead of time. What I'm trying to show is that once I'll use the expression because you know the shore, trolling for fish, and they were and it just happened that this fish came on the line, and once they got the fish hooked, there were a number of events that shows their bias towards her.
You have a Kearney police officer.
I'm not accusing him. You notice I didn't. I have
a Kearney police officer who's not connected with Belleville.
I was on the cover of the Observer.
Please, Erika, you can't talk.
You're under oath, ma'am, and let me tell you, the court not only listens to testimony, I watch how people testify, their body movements. So you have a Kearney police officer who apparently likes to go to this bar in Belleville. It's one of the Kearney's right over the river. He's off duty, because he should be on duty in a bar. He goes outside and independently makes all these observations. So he would have to be the person that was the plant by the political adversary. I mean, if that's what your argument
Not necessarily, because Officer Mallet was also an off-duty Belleville police officer who was in the bar.
Then you need to have some evidence presented in your case that's saying that that he was an operative. I mean, we're kind of getting a little bit like,
I know, Judge.
Washington D.C., but in order to make and address the objection and your position, there has to be some credible evidence before the court, not opinions. And if there's no assault charge in this case, why is it relevant? I mean, we saw the video. I am shocked that there is not a criminal charge in this matter, and I'm shocked that those Belleville police officers stood outside that vehicle and had that colloquy with your client. I'm shocked, to be quite candid. It shocks the conscience of the court that they were so patient. I'll allow you to offer the picture. I'll allow it, but I'm going to give it a very short leash.
Judge, I understand that, Judge. My client's entitled to a vigorous defense, and that is what I am trying to afford her. Show that part to Brian, please.
Shouldn't you have that, Mr. Prosecutor, before today?
Yeah, I had faxed
yes,
that
Judge.
to you.
Show it to the witness.
Ms. Jacho, who took that picture?
That was taken, by my dad the morning of, around
Are we talking about the morning after your arrest?
the morning that as soon as we got home from me being released, my dad is the one who picked me up.
Did you take any action based upon that?
Yes, I did. I filed an IA complaint, internal affairs complaint.
Judge, here we go.
I'm not going any farther with this. I'm just... I'd like to move this into evidence.
Judge, again, I'd object to.
I'll allow a picture that is taken by her dad of her foot, her leg, whatever this photo shows.
Okay.
D2 in evidence.
Okay. How do you explain when you arrived at the Sally Port of the Belleville Police Department, your refusal to exit the car upon the direction of the police officers?
At that point, everything was caving in because I was emotionally distressed. My son calls me. I thought I was having a heart attack because it was a panic attack after the information I received. I was already upset. I was very bothered. I was my demeanor was gone because of the emotional distress I was going through. And then on top of that, to be targeted once they knew it was me, that's why everything started to trickle down.
Ms. Jacho, did Officer Alvino give you the opportunity to take the Alka test?
No.
Is it your testimony that his testimony was false?
Yes.
Is it your testimony, did you ever tell any of the officers you didn't speak English?
No.
Did Officer Bernay offer you to take the Alka test, strike that, tell you needed to take the Alka test in Spanish?
No.
Did he show you a form to read?
No.
So you're telling me his testimony is false?
Yes.
In the 24 hours prior to your arrest, had you consumed any alcoholic beverage?
No.
Had you ingested any prescription or non-prescription drugs during that period of time, 24 hours prior to the arrest?
Yes.
Had you?
You said non-prescription or medicine, right?
I said prescription or non-prescription drugs. Had you ingested any prescription or non prescription drugs in the 24 hours up to the time you were arrested?
No.
Had you taken any medication in that 24-hour period up until the time that you were arrested?
The zinc.
Well, you're telling the court. I know you told me before that. Okay, you took zinc. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
That is the only medicine.
Yes.
Okay. Subsequent to, did you tell the officers you had any medical conditions when they arrested you?
No.
Okay.
They didn't ask me that. They told me to step out of the vehicle. They didn't.
No, at any time during the proceeding, whether, when you got back to the Belleville Police Headquarters, did they ask you, as the testimony indicated, were you suffering any medical problems or had any medical conditions?
No, they did not ask me that.
Were you suffering from any?
Yes.
What were they?
I had COVID at the time.
How do you know you had COVID?
Because October 22, I took a test. I wasn't feeling well. I was nauseous. Even the day of this incident, I was nauseous and dizzy, and I thought I originally was pregnant because I was dating someone, but I went to take a COVID test October 22, and it was positive.
I'd like something marked D, I think it's 3 for identification.
D3.
Judge, I'm going to object to it. I know that counsel served a subpoena on Alexander Salerno. I don't see him here, so I don't know who's here to authenticate this record. And this is apparently a certification, although not under oath, by an Alexander Salerno, who apparently is a doctor.
Mr. Freed?
We subpoenaed him. He's out of state, and there was no one from his office who was able to appear today.
So how does it come in as a hospital or a doctor's record, Judge? Would be my question.
It has to be authenticated by someone, either if it was a staff member who came in and said, this is our form, that's the doctor's signature, and I looked at the defendant's records, and she was here, she did a test, and at least give some type of reliability to the document.
It was forwarded via
Ma'am, you
email.
cannot speak.
Okay, thank you.
I'll sustain the objection. I mean, she testified she had COVID. I mean,
Right,
and she's testified to that. I don't need a report. It goes back to Mr. Freed.
fine. Thank you. How would you explain? Strike that. How would you explain the officer's testimony, if you can, about a strong odor of alcoholic beverage emanating from your mouth?
For over 3 hours, I was dropping lawn signs to people's houses, and I interacted with them, and I used my alcohol-based sanitizer, which is in my vehicle. And plenty of times I put my mask on and off. So at some point, it was in my hands, and I touched my face and my mask.
Why didn't you insist on taking the Alka test?
It wasn't offered to me. The one cop asked the other cop, did you do the breathalyzer yet? And the other guy said, I'm not on there yet, I'm doing paperwork. He's like, well, he turned around, is she even gonna take it? They're talking to themselves.
What officers were talking to themselves?
The officer Plummer, and one of the officers is not here today. And they were talking to themselves, saying that, and then he's like, is she gonna even take it anyway? And when he turned around, I said, do whatever you want. And he told the other one, put down refusal. I'm done with this. And he walked out of the room.
Why didn't you insist on taking it?
I did not feel comfortable either saying it because I wasn't able to breathe. And at that time, with COVID, I didn't even, want to put anything in my mouth or be directly next to them, because at that point in time, it was everything 6 feet, all these concerns with the epidemic. So I said, do whatever you want. And then he said, put her down as a refusal. And he walked out of the room. If I chased him, I'm pretty sure it would look worse.
So it is your testimony today that you are absolutely certain that you did not consume any alcoholic beverage?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, so ma'am, what is your highest level of education?
What?
Excuse me, you
Your
must
highest
answer
level
the
of
question.
education.
That was part of my IA complaint, that my education is consistently questioned in Belleville, and so is my citizenship.
Ma'am, as I explained to you before, and I tried, maybe it was my mistake and my fault and my lack of understanding, but I advise you that when you decide to testify, you are subject to cross-examination. You have to answer the questions. You're not at the point now where you can determine what you want or don't want to do. If there's an objection by Mr. Freed, I clearly will listen to the objection and make a determination. But you're asked a question. I think the question was, what's the highest level of your education? You have to answer that question. It's appropriate.
With all due respect, Your Honor, I'm sorry that I didn't answer that question. I mean, somebody wasn't even allowed to answer that they live in a town.
Ma'am, you need to answer that question, because the next step will be finding you contempt, and that's the last thing I want to do. You have to answer the question. You have decided in this case to testify. Your attorney has presented a very vigorous defense in this case and presented your case. The prosecutor has the right to ask you questions, and you have to answer the questions.
Perhaps, Judge, could I have a moment with her?
Sure can.
I mean, it might facilitate things.
Hey, what do? I know this is a hacked email that's been sent to him. I know he's in the hospital. What do I do to just make it out? I know this. It's not from him. It's happened before. I told him. He says, "Oh, no problem." But I know he's in the hospital.
Do you have iPhone? Do you have an iPhone?
This is a hack. This is an email. I know. Just have a seat. Okay, Mr. Freed, have enough time to speak to your client?
Absolutely.
Can I ask the question, Mr. Mason?
Certainly. What is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's degree.
From where?
Seton Hall.
So you don't have any issues with understanding the English language, correct?
No.
And you're able to read and write it, correct?
Yes.
And you actually reviewed the discovery in this matter, correct?
I sure did.
And would you take a look at S5, which is the DWI questionnaire?
That's for identification, Mr.
Yes, Judge.
That's for ID.
Were you asked whether you were sick?
No, they did not ask me that.
Did they ask you whether you were injured?
Nope, they did not ask me that.
Okay, so you're saying S5 is a complete fabrication?
And you see in the video, at no point did they ask me these questions.
So your answer is it's a complete fabrication?
They didn't ask me if I was sick, and they did not ask me if and even the teacher information is incorrect. I've never in my entire life said I'm a teacher. Ever. Because I know I don't have a teaching degree.
So the answer to my question?
You said
Is it a
fabricated.
complete?
Yes.
Yeah. You also indicated that you were having some mental or emotional issues, correct?
I was having emotional issues, yes.
And you also said you thought you were pregnant, right?
Yes, I did.
Take a look at S6. Towards the bottom of the form, that's the, for identification, that's the prisoner log. See, there's a question there about, are you pregnant?
Yes.
Was that asked of you?
Nope. They
And-
did not ask me that.
And there's a question there about whether or not you have any emotional or mental issues.
They didn't ask me any of this. They set me in a cell, and I was there alone.
So that, too, is a complete fabrication, correct?
Those questions were not asked of me. Correct.
Have the document back. Now, you said that you were out trying to deliver lawn signs, correct?
Yes.
And you did that from 8 o'clock until your son called?
Yes.
And your son called after 11, correct?
He called around 11, yes.
So you're out for over 3 hours trying to deliver lawn signs,
Right.
correct? And you said the odor of an alcoholic beverage from your breath came from a hand sanitizer?
I said that I was using an alcohol-based sanitizer consistently every time because I have stocks of it still to this day in my vehicle, and I was greeting people, and each time I kept using it, and I would put on my mask and take my mask off.
What's the brand?
The one that I use, well, you have to understand that my mom does shopping in my house too, so I don't know what brand, but it's all, and when we were in a year ago, everything was out of the shelves and gone. So whatever was left is what we would be buying.
I thought you said you had cases of this hand
Oh.
sanitizer.
I said we buy a lot of them.
You didn't say cases. I misheard that. Okay. So you don't know what brand it
I
is,
said I've
right?
had cases. Hmm.
You don't know the brand of it.
No.
And you think your hand sanitizer smelled like an alcoholic beverage?
I said it's alcohol based. I did not say that it smells like an alcoholic beverage.
Ah, okay. As long as we cleared that up. All right. So, you also said that there was an article in a Nutley newspaper about you.
Nutley Pulse.
And didn't you say that's not the same county?
No, I said Observer. Observer is Hudson County,
Okay.
and coincidentally, the Kearney officers from that county,
And,
working in that county, sorry.
that reminds me. You believe that this is all, as your attorney said, some political hit job, right?
Absolutely.
So are you saying that the officer from Kearney was sitting in that bar just waiting for you to pull up and stop your car?
He was not waiting in that bar.
You saying
for that
Officer
purpose. He was
Maylot?
there drinking. That's what he was doing. And you accepting his testimony when he was drinking.
Well, do you know how much he drank?
Do you know how much he drank?
No.
And then
You
there's
don't
the
get
time.
to
No,
ask.
I don't. I
You don't
wasn't
get to
inside
ask
the bar.
questions.
I don't. You're right. Sorry. I was not inside any bar, so I do not know how much he drank.
Okay. And you didn't drink any alcoholic beverages that day?
No.
And do you say that Officer Maylot was waiting for you to pull up and stop in front of the fire hydrant?
Those words did not come out of my mouth.
So they're not part of a political hit job that set you up for this, right?
He's a Belleville police officer, and he informed his friends.
You know this firsthand?
As I mentioned, I filed an IA complaint because I know I was being targeted.
Well, tell me
Because
how you know.
Since August 2018, during a Board of Education meeting, publicly, on record, Michael Sheldon questioned my education and asked me the same question that you asked me today.
All right,
What
let me interrupt
level
you.
I completed, and then he questioned my citizenship and said that I am not even a U.S. citizen and he does not understand how I got elected. Since that, he has plenty of people supporting him.
Okay, just
And-
let me interrupt you for a second. Who's Michael Sheldon?
He's one of the past, he used to be a Board of Education trustee, and he lost in November, his reelection.
November of what?
2020. November 2020.
Okay, and he's not a police officer, right?
He used to work at the township, and and the police station entrance is the same entrance, and they worked with him before.
Okay, this will go a lot smoother. If you don't understand my question, just tell me you don't understand, okay? And I'll try to rephrase it. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you was, Mr. Sheldon a police officer?
He was not.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw Sergeant Kane and Officer Plummer at some Board of Ed political event, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when did you see Sergeant Kane? What was the date of the event?
I don't recall the event.
What was the nature of the
date.
event?
Michael Melham's campaign, and he supported 3 different people for the Board of Education.
Okay, who's Michael Melham?
He's the mayor of Belleville.
Okay. And so you saw Sergeant Kane at an event that was sponsored by the mayor?
Plenty of times.
Okay. And what about Officer
Michael's
Plummer?
Ross Common all the time, so.
Excuse me?
And they do it at Michael Ross Common's house all the time, the fundraisers.
Who does?
The mayor and other candidates too for the Board of Ed that have done it. I've never done one there, but other candidates have done them there plenty of times.
Okay. Officer Plummer, you said that somehow he was involved in school board politics.
Yes.
Explain it. When? What event?
When you live in a small town, everybody knows everything.
Okay.
And we live in a small town, and everybody knows everything. So, with that said, I've had events myself, and many of the cops are there. Okay? So, they're all there. Michael Melham was just elected. He's on his first term, and he supports different Graziano's reelection, which was 2018. Also, the Better Belleville team is what they call those that run in their tickets, and they're all there in the pictures. They have plenty of pictures, and you can click the Facebook, Mayor Melham's Facebook. So I'm not lying; it's there.
Well, ma'am, I understand you believe Belleville is a small town, and I understand you believe you know everything. But I'm asking you, what event did Officer Plummer attend?
I just told you the campaigns for Mayor Melham's event.
What date was it?
I'm trying to recollect the date. They were at the Better Belleville campaign for the Board of Ed in September 2020. It was don't know the date, but I know the month and the year, which was September 2020, and they had one before that, July 2020, because they had 2 different fundraisers to support the Better Belleville team for Board of Ed, because the Better Belleville not only supports municipal campaigns, it supports Board of Education campaigns.
And you said there's pictures of this event.
Yes, there's.
Oh, where are they? Bring any with you to support your allegation?
You wouldn't accept the doctor's note, so what would it? You didn't even accept my bruise, so would it really make a difference to you? No, I did not bring it.
Again, you don't get to ask questions. You're here to answer questions.
No, I
You
did not bring
understand
with
that?
me any of that.
You understand that, ma'am? Ma'am, do you understand it?
You have to answer the question verbally.
So you didn't bring any pictures to support
No.
your allegation
No.
that somehow Officer Plummer is involved in school board politics, right?
No, I did not.
Now, did you fall asleep or pass out at the wheel?
I could not breathe, and I fainted.
Okay. And you remember that there were people trying to wake you up, correct?
The Belleville cops. The Belleville cops, yes.
Okay. Do you remember Officer Maylott speaking to you first?
No.
Do you remember Officer Lopez speaking to you?
No.
You remember him reaching into the car, removing the keys?
No.
You remember trying to put the car into gear?
No.
Is he part of this whole Belleville Board of Ed cabal?
All I know is that even in today's testimony, it was stated that I was wearing dirt. Officer Plummer said that that my clothes were dirty and mussed, and that's a lie. So, and one of the evidence documents says that I'm a male. So, could they obviously make mistakes, just like targeting me during a campaign? Absolutely. So, yes.
Okay, I understand you may have an axe to grind with Officer Plummer, but I asked you about Officer Lopez. Remember, he's the officer from Kearney?
Yes, the one that I was on the page 1 of the Observer. Yes, I do.
Okay, so he's part of this Belleville School Board conspiracy?
They're all friends.
How do you know he's part of this conspiracy?
I do not know, just like you don't know that he's not.
And you're saying you were so distraught
Yes.
over your son quitting college.
Absolutely, yes.
We listened to how much video of you talking?
It was over 30 minutes.
Yeah. Did you hear yourself any time in that 30 minutes mention your son once?
No, I did not.
Did you hear yourself mention anything about your son quitting college?
No, I did not.
Did you hear yourself mention anything about being upset over your son?
I was upset. I don't know any parent who puts a lawn sign or puts a sign or verbally tells the whole world that their kid quit college. I didn't think that was a proud moment for me to share.
Okay. So were you going to share that with the chief of police?
What? When the time came to it, of course, I would tell the information needed.
You were going to tell him that night about your son?
I didn't ask to speak to the chief of police, so
You
I don't
never
know.
asked?
You're saying that night?
Yeah.
No, I never asked to speak to the chief.
You ever utter his name that night?
I sure did.
And you said, wait until he knows what you did, right?
Right.
So that didn't indicate that you were going to tell him what happened?
That I was being targeted, and that I was picked up for no reason. Yes, and that's why I filed an IA complaint. So yes, I followed up.
Okay. Did you tell him about your son?
To the chief of police, I never spoke to him. I filed an IA complaint. They referred me to somebody else, so I could not share it with the chief of police.
So you were going to tell Vinny Cosarelli?
I asked them to call Vinny Cosarelli.
You asked them to call Vinny quite a few times, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
Because he would know what they were doing is wrong. And I said that in the audio myself.
Why? Was he on the scene?
The reason they put me in the car was because the sobriety test. And it wasn't that I didn't pass because I wasn't compliant. I couldn't pass, period. Even now, I can't. So that's why I said what they were doing was unfair. So he would make sure that things are done correctly.
He's not a cop, is he?
He's not a cop.
He's
But
just
the
a
council
local politician, right?
He's a councilman.
Right.
Just like
He's a
mayor is,
councilman.
but the police department is under, with the chief of police. They work hands in hand.
Do you have any idea what the municipal structure is in Belleville?
The council and the chief of police.
Isn't there an administrator or a town manager?
Yes, and the
Isn't there a
mayor
police-
directs them.
Isn't there a police chief?
Yes.
So long before you get to a single council person, there's the police chief and there's a town manager, is there not?
Yes.
And you know, because of your experience in politics, that a single council person has absolutely no authority. The council works by a majority of council people, correct?
Objection.
Do you
I
know
mean,
this?
we're conducting a civics lesson here.
Well, I'll allow the question because the fact that it's in the video that call Vinny come up an awful lot of times. If you can answer the question, you can. If you can't, say you can't.
Did you know that?
Repeat the question.
Did you know that a single council person has absolutely no authority, that they act as a body by majority vote?
Because I wanted a witness. I wanted him to witness it. Yes.
Okay, so you wanted him as a witness, not for him to make sure the police officers were doing what they were supposed to do.
I wanted him to be an impartial person because I know that they were targeting me.
Okay, so what on the video supports your allegation that you were targeted?
There is in the video, I have my notes. I don't know the time in the video. The one cop says, we're trying to do our job just like you have to do your job. So if they don't know me, how do they know I even work? I never told them I was a teacher. You don't have audio of me saying I was a teacher. In the cell, they weren't talking to me in the cell besides getting me out, me to go to the bathroom, or me to use the phone because I was there longer because I was waiting to be picked up. So
You're aware, are you not, that for every minute that you were in the police department, there was video?
yes,
And you actually saw video of the processing room, correct?
yes,
And you saw in the processing room Patrolman Benet, correct?
yes, I did.
And you saw him holding a piece of paper in his hand.
He walked in, entered the office, and he walked out.
So you're saying on the video there's nothing to show that he actually read you the form in Spanish?
He didn't come to me, and he didn't face me when asking me anything or speaking in that room.
Okay.
He said to them, what's going on? What are we going to do? To them, talking to amongst themselves. They weren't directing any conversation to me.
So he's also part of this Belleville Board of Ed political conspiracy.
Yes, and you heard his testimony today.
You actually testified that you were trying to be cooperative, didn't you?
In the beginning, yes. After I handcuffs, I was angry and upset. One, my world is tumbling down with my son. Two, I'm going down for this. Of course, who wouldn't be upset? Who would be like, oh yeah, sure, arrest me. Yeah, sure, put a DUI, put whatever, put 1,000 feet. When that school is not even directly in front of the place. Across the street from Michael's House Common is a store. So every time today I kept hearing across the street. I'm like, across the street from what world? Down the road? Oh, okay. But not across the street. So I'm not sure when they're saying across the street. So a lot of testimony today is false, completely false.
You remember my question?
You can repeat it.
So
May
you don't
you repeat it?
remember my question.
May you repeat it?
I'm going to assume that you didn't recall it because you didn't answer it. I asked you whether you testified that you were trying to be cooperative.
Yes, I was in the beginning.
Did you succeed in your efforts to be cooperative?
Not in the middle, no.
Not even in the beginning, was you?
In the beginning, yes, I was. I stepped out of the vehicle.
How long did it take you to get out of the vehicle?
If you look at the time, it wasn't even a minute. I have to turn around, take my seat. I have to fidget, move in the car. I'm not skinny.
Did you notice an officer had to open the door for you to get out?
The door was locked in the beginning. So how these other officers were there and they unlocked my car and they went in my vehicle, if my vehicle was already locked and I was slumped over. So I don't get how they entered my vehicle. There was no broken glass, no nothing, unless I unlocked it. And I unlocked it for the Belleville officer when I lowered the window and I said, I have the right to ask. When somebody tells you to step out of a vehicle, it's not automatic. No, I don't. No, absolutely not. I don't know what's going. Haven't you seen the news? There's so many things going on. There's a lot of stuff. So I lowered my window and I'll interact and I'll speak to you. Absolutely. But when he said he's going to break my window, that's when I lowered it more. And then he put his hand in and opened the door.
Okay, so we go back to, do you remember my question?
You stated that why it took me so long, if I was cooperative and why.
Let me try it again. Remember on the video seeing one of the officers reach into the door, unlock it, and open it?
Yes.
That's because you wouldn't open the door, correct?
Correct.
Because you wouldn't get out of the vehicle as you just testified to, correct?
I lowered my window and I was cooperative at that point, yes.
And your cooperation ended at opening the window, correct?
No, because I stepped out of the vehicle. He didn't force me out.
He had to open the door and again ask you to get out, correct?
He had to repeat himself, yes.
And you just testified about, you asked me whether or not I've seen the news, and you don't automatically get out of the car when an officer asks you out of the car, right?
Correct.
And that was your form of cooperation by not getting out when you were asked, correct?
Correct. I don't feel safe. If I don't feel safe, I'm not stepping out of a vehicle.
I have no other questions, Judge.
I have no redirect.
I have a question in regard to your testimony. When did you believe that you were being targeted? When the officers were outside your vehicle asking you to step out, or later on?
At that point, because they saw my lawn signs in the back of my car.
So, the beginning of the interaction, that's when you believed that you were being targeted?
Yep.
Thank you. Next step.
That's 100 lawn signs in my back seat, yes.
Step down. Any further witnesses, Mr. McCready?
No, Your Honor.
Further evidence?
No, Your Honor.
I'm more than happy to listen to you.
Judge, I just have one witness, a very short rebuttal.
I apologize. My fault.
Very, very short rebuttal. Officer Plummer, please.
Officer, please step up. You're still under oath. Just state your name, please.
Officer Stephen Plummer?
Officer, would you take a look at S5, please?
Yes.
That's the DWI questionnaire.
Yes,
You completed that report, correct?
I did.
And you heard well, I won't even go there. Do you know the ramifications of making a false police report?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what those are.
I could be imprisoned, I could lose my job, be made uncredible and not able to testify.
Now, S5, is that a true and accurate copy of the form that you completed based upon you're asking the defendant the questions reflected therein?
You're 100% is accurate.
Judge, I'd offer S5 into evidence.
Objection.
Would you take a look at S6, which is the prisoner log?
Yes,
And that document
That's not gonna
contains
be-
some questions about emotions, injuries, that type of thing, correct?
that's correct.
And that's another report that you authored, correct? And you completed that report based upon your questions of the defendant and her answers, correct?
That's correct.
And that's a true and accurate copy of the original, correct?
That's correct.
Judge, I'd offer S6.
No objection.
That's 6 minutes.
And officer, the last question,
Okay.
maybe it's not one, it could be two. do you know the difference in the smell of an alcoholic beverage from the smell of hand sanitizer?
Yes.
And did you smell hand sanitizer or did you smell an odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from the defendant's breath?
Every time the defendant spoke, that's when we were able to detect a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from her mouth, not from her face or her hands.
Thank you. No other questions?
Mr. Freed, any questions?
Nothing further.
Can we take a 5-minute break, and so that you can note Mr. Freed, and we can take a short break.
Do we have to exit the court for this break? Because I'll be writing. Something that any of us would be happy with. But that does not in and of itself predicate that she should be found guilty of driving under the influence. The state has its burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt and all of the elements therein. There is an alternate theory of the case. The defendant has taken the stand herself and testified that she did not drink, how the odor of alcohol was permeating the area, and an alternate interpretation of her behavior, her extreme emotional distress of her son dropping out of college. By her own admission, she is an emotional, sometimes combative person. She's a competitor. Unfortunately, this, in her mind, family tragedy triggered both of those character traits that she possesses. Clearly, she's a political person. Whether that influenced what happened or not, you as the trier of fact and trier of law has to make the decision based on the testimony. But I would submit that taken in its entirety, it casts reasonable doubt as to whether this person was guilty of driving under the influence. The only thing that would have told us for sure would have been an alcotest. However, even there's a dispute as to whether or not she was really afforded a refusal. The police testify one way, she testifies another. If the police were aggravated at that point, I can certainly understand that. She would try anyone's patience, as you could tell, as they tried to talk her out of the car and not into a criminal violation. I could see if they were exasperated and say, because she didn't embrace the test, put her down as refusal, as she testified. So therefore, Your Honor, and coupled with the fact that there might have been, and there was a predisposition, those modified tickets came afterwards, they were annoyed with her. They even charged her with things like reckless driving, which were dismissed, school zone. They had time to reflect on those charges, but it was basically, let's throw the book at her. And they did. And I would submit that shows a bias against my client. Taking all of these factors together, I would submit the state has not met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt.
Thank you.
Judge, I understand the need or the desire to assert a defense. Alternate theory of the case? Okay, maybe, but there's not an alternate reality. And I think that's really what you're being asked to do, is to believe in some other reality of the world. That this defense of a political hack job is ludicrous. The idea that hand sanitizer smells like an alcoholic beverage is lunacy. There are contradictions clearly between the defendant's testimony and the officer's testimony. And that happens in every case. And the good thing about an in-person trial is the court's ability to view the witnesses and to make credibility determinations. I think that there's no question about where that decision lies. I think the officers were very credible. They're models of restraint. I mean, for Mr. Freed to say they threw the book at her, they had a year from the incident to charge her with 2C violations that clearly she committed. They didn't do that. Simple things like they could have charged her without producing her registration or insurance card. They didn't do that. They didn't lump on to the charges. They issued the bare minimum. I mean, to listen to the officers and the patience that they demonstrated, I think they need to be commended, Judge. I don't know whether I personally could be that patient. The concept that they threw the book at her, again, is just an alternate reality. Judge, I ask you to weigh the credibility and make your determinations based on that.
Thank you. I want to thank the prosecutor and the defense counsel for presenting an excellent case. This case is a difficult case. It goes back to the Municipal Court of Belleville. It goes back to October 21st, 2020. Stated at the beginning of the case, we have had numerous motions, pretrial conferences, previous attorneys, experts. So this case has been going on for quite some time. In regard to the testimony, I'm going to take Officer Lopez's testimony first, because even though he testified second, but he was the first there. He was a police officer in Kearney, 4.5 years. He was at, I'm going to call it Michael's, this local establishment in Belleville on Joralemon and Passaic Avenue. He went to the bar. He was notified by an off-duty Belleville police officer about some type of issue occurring outside. He did come outside. He observed a motor vehicle that was parked in a yellow zone next to a hydrant. The motor vehicle was on. The engine was running. There was a woman slumped at the wheel and behind the wheel of the motor vehicle. He observed only one occupant of the vehicle. Again, the motor vehicle was running, the lights were on, and he saw exhaust fumes coming from the exhaust of the vehicle. He said he was in the bar approximately half hour to 45 minutes. The vehicle was not present when he entered that bar. He went to the sidewalk, police were called. He made observations of the defendant, who he identified as the person in the vehicle. He opened the door, he reached in and turned the motor vehicle off. He took the keys and again identified Ms. Jacho as the operator or the person behind the wheel. He has received training as a Kearney police officer in regard to DWI, detection of alcohol-related infractions. In his opinion, based upon his observations, the defendant was impaired, and that was clear to him. He indicated that the defendant became agitated. She had slow movement of hands, stumbling outside the bar. I find Officer Lopez's testimony to be credible, reliable, consistent. He did not try to embellish his testimony. He did not try to add facts. He testified forthright, and I accept his testimony and accept him as being a credible witness and believable and truthful. Officer Avino testified. He's a Belleville police officer, approximately 7 years. So employed on October 21st, 2020. And this was the night shift he was working, 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. He indicated that he has received training in the academy. He's received training in the Alcatraz, standardized field sobriety test. He's certified in both. He indicated his experience in regard to prior DWI arrests. He said approximately 10, and being involved with individuals who were involved in DWI arrests or alcohol-related arrests, and he's a backup officer, about 20, and an Alcatraz operator, about 10 or 15 prior involvement with the Alcatraz. He was they received this dispatch call to 531 Joralemon Street of someone slumped over a wheel. He indicated that the motor vehicle was parked. The motor vehicle was off at that time. He identified Ms. Jacho as the person behind the wheel of the motor vehicle. His observations at that time: the person was sleeping, slumped over the wheel. He attempted to wake up, he wanted to see if she needed medical assistance, because at that point he had no contact with Ms. Jacho, and all he had were the observations I just stated. She was sleeping, slumped over the wheel, and got a call of a person behind the wheel of a motor vehicle slumped over, and he wanted to see if they needed to call for medical assistance. He tried to wake up the defendant multiple times, and it took minutes to wake her up. His observations: eyes were bloodshot, there was slurred speech, there was an alcoholic beverage emanating from the defendant's breath. He indicated a supervisor was requested to come to the scene. He asked the defendant to exit the motor vehicle. He indicated it took approximately 5 minutes to get the defendant out of the motor vehicle. The defendant was refusing to exit the motor vehicle. Documents were requested from Ms. Jacho. No documents were produced. They went to the rear of the motor vehicle. On the sidewalk, the standardized field sobriety tests were administered: heel to toe and one leg stand. That was administered by the sergeant, who did not testify today. His observations of those tests: on the walk and turn, they were directed by Sergeant Kane. The defendant was continuously walking towards the sergeant before she was directed to start the test. The defendant was not complying with his instructions. She started before the test, before she was told to start the test. The test was terminated by the sergeant. There was a lack of cooperation, he indicated in his testimony. On the one-leg stand test, she could not maintain the starting position. She could not complete the test, and then the test was ended at that time. His opinion, based upon those observations, that the defendant was under the influence, and that was based upon his training experience and his real-life experience of seeing people under the influence, and also what he observed that day. The defendant was placed under arrest. Multiple times she was asked to get into the police vehicle. It took another approximate 5 minutes to get her into the vehicle. She refused to get into the motor vehicle. She was kind of pushing back and going back and forth between herself and police officers. Then back at police headquarters, when they went to the Belleville police headquarters, the defendant refused to exit the motor vehicle. This took approximately 5 to 10 minutes. She refusing to exit. She was asking the police to call certain people. The quote was "call Vinny," is what she was saying, what he said she was saying. And in the police motor vehicle, she was smelling an odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from the defendant. The officer indicated that in the processing room, the standard statement was read, and that is S2 in evidence, the Attorney General standard statement for motor vehicle operation, called the standard statement, or paragraph 36. That was read. It's a typed, S2 is a typed form, and entering the name Jacho Erika, and the answers after the questions. I repeat, the law requires you to submit samples of your breath for testing. Will you submit the samples of your breath? Answer: I do not understand. Again, the officers are trained, and it's in the form. If the arrested person does not respond or gives any ambiguous or conditional answer, short of an unequivocal yes, the police officer shall read the following: your answer is not acceptable. The law requires that you submit samples of your breath for breath testing. If you do not answer or answer with anything other than a yes, I will charge you with refusal. Now, I ask you again, will you submit to breath testing? Answer: I do not understand. And that's what the officer, before S2 came to evidence, that's what the officer indicated was stated on the form. I do not understand. He again said he read the second paragraph, and again he got the answer: I do not understand. He indicated 5 to 10 times they asked the defendant to take the test, asking her to submit to the Alka-Test, and he indicated she had no issues with the English language, never indicated a problem with understanding questions or any responses. Then he indicated in his testimony, the defendant stated she did not understand English, and she said that in English, but she said they did not understand English, and they went to the second, which I'll get to in a minute, the second process. He made observations of her walking. She was stumbling. She needed assistance. She was swaying. She was staggering. Her ability to stand, she was swaying. She had sagging knees. She was leaning for balance. Her speech was rambling. I couldn't read my next my notes, but since I can't read it, I'm not going to say what it is. Incoherent, slurred, crying, whining, stuttering, and slow. Her demeanor was fighting, excited, antagonistic. She was threatening officers. I pay your salary. I know the chief, and you all below me. She was resisting, using profanity. Her eyes were bloodshot and watery. On cross-examination, the officer said he did not recognize the defendant. He did not know the defendant was on a school board or running for a school board. He did not support any candidate for election. He indicated that he was polite to her, he was not aggravated, and no one directed the officer to write any summonses. Officer Lopez, since we have him already. Officer Bunay, B-U-N-A-Y, testified again at Belleville police officer for approximately 2 years. He was on duty on October 21st, 2020. He also responded to the location on Joralemon Street. Sergeant Kane and Officer Bunay were together. He had training in the academy under standardized field sobriety tests, and his observations at the time were 2 officers were present. The person was inside the motor vehicle. This was in front of a bar. There was a fire hydrant that was basically in midpoint of the vehicle. He said the vehicle was in the roadway, was not parked properly. It was more in the roadway. He did not recognize the defendant, but identified her today as the person in the vehicle. He indicated his observations that Ms. Jacho could not perform the test. There were 2 tests. She was very hesitant to perform the test. She was placed under arrest. He indicated 5 or 10 minutes she did not want to go into the police car, the back of the police car. His opinion was that she was struggling with her words, trouble getting words out, having difficulty speaking. At headquarters, he kept asking, "Why am I being arrested?" And kept questioning after multiple times being told why she was arrested. She then said she did not understand English, but she was speaking English. At that point, the S3 in evidence was read, and this obviously is the standard statement in Spanish, so it is the standard statement, but in Spanish, he read that in Spanish. He read it in its entirety, and the answer was no. On the form, not typed, but written, is no. After question 9, there's the next question. I'm looking at the English version because I can't speak Spanish, and the next response was no after the second question. Officer Plummer testified. He is also a Belleville police officer, approximately 3 years. He had received training in the academy, standardized field sobriety tests, had approximately 5 arrests for DWI. He has observed in his police work individuals intoxicated, and also in his personal life, people intoxicated. He said hundreds. He indicated that there was a dispatch to go to that location on Joralemon Street. He indicated a motor vehicle was parked. Female was slumped over the motor vehicle steering wheel. He thought there was a medical issue, and he asked her, "Are you okay?" And she said she was okay. Identified Ms. Jacho as the person in the vehicle. He smelled an odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from the defendant. He indicated numerous times Ms. Jacho was asked to exit the vehicle. It was approximately 5 minutes, and he reached into the window and unlocked the door. At that time, he indicated Ms. Jacho said to him there was no reason to pull her over. She did not have to get out of the vehicle. Sergeant Kane was there to then administer the standardized field sobriety test. He did observe, while he did not perform the test, Sergeant Kane did. He did observe Ms. Jacho performing those tests. She did not complete the tests. She was angry with the police at that time. She was unsteady in her steps. The test was terminated. She did not perform the one-way stand test. He indicated he never met Ms. Jacho. He had no idea who she was, and he's not involved in any school board elections or issues with the school board. Indicated the defendant was asked to go to the back of the police vehicle, and that took time to get her into the vehicle. She indicated he had no right to arrest me. She was not complying, and she was guided to the motor vehicle at that time. At headquarters, the defendant refused to exit the motor vehicle. Approximately 10 minutes, they were going back and forth. A supervisor was called to assist them in regard to seeking compliance from Ms. Jacho. In the processing room, The implied consent law was read. Even though the defendant responded in English, she said she only understood Spanish, and that's when Officer Bunet was called in to read the Spanish version, which is S3 in evidence. The officer indicated his opinion, based on all of his observations and his training, was that the defendant was intoxicated. In regard to observations that the officer placed into a report, which is S4 for identification, his observation was walking. The defendant was swaying, she was sagging, she was staggering, ability to stand, swaying, sagging at the knees. Her speech was rambling, slurred, incoherent, crying at times, whining, stuttering. Her demeanor was up and down during that period of time. She was using profanity, spoke down to the officers, she was resisting, her eyes were bloodshot and watery, her eyelids were droopy, her clothes were mussed and dirty, her hand movements were fumbling and slow, she had a flushed face, and there was an odor of an alcoholic beverage emanating from the defendant. On the DWI questionnaire, which is S5, which is now in evidence, was for identification at that time, there were questions asked. Were you sick? No. Care of a doctor? No. Medications? No. Diabetes? No. Injured? No. Miranda was read. She has a right to. She doesn't answer any of the questions, and she said, I'm not going to answer any further questions. On the prisoner's log, S6, which now is in evidence, indicated that he wrote down that she was sad, she was tired, irritable. The officer indicated that, I didn't read the report, I haven't had time to look at S6, but that she had a gold necklace, and I guess when you go into a cell, everything has to be taken away to ensure that the person gets their items back. But he indicated that in regard to the chain, that she ripped it off her neck, breaking the necklace, and he observed that when she was in the cell. We find also Officer Avino to be clear, concise. He, again, an excellent cross-examination. He did not change his story. He did not add. He did not try to embellish. He did not try to argue with Mr. Freed. He testified to what he testified to. I find it to be clear, concise, credible. I accept his testimony. And also, I apologize. I have to go to my notes to get to where I am. Officer Bunet was very clear, concise in his testimony. I accept his testimony. He did not change his testimony, did not alter it. He was consistent, credible. I accept his testimony as being credible. Officer Plummer, same thing. His testimony was clear, even on cross-examination, on numerous documents and questioning from Mr. Freed. It was consistent. He didn't change his story. And more importantly, all of their testimony was consistent with the video, which I'll get to next. I also find Officer Plummer to be credible, and I accept his testimony. Then we come to the video. Now, they always say that a picture's worth 1,000 words, but pictures aren't always worth 1,000 words, because sometimes the way the picture, it's not saying anybody's trying to affect a decision, but sometimes pictures I see in court of a street, a location, a sign, sometimes you think you're 12 football fields away, and then when you go to the location, which I do oftentimes, the sign is 5 feet away. But this is a video. This is a video that protects defendants, protects police officers, and tells the story. In fact, as we know today, many police departments, I think, may be obligated to have body cam. And there's a AG guidelines of what they must do with videos. But we have a video in this case. And this is my view of the video. You see 2 police officers outside the car. Third police officer came, looks like a fourth. You see the hydrant present. You see that the motor vehicle is well off the curb in that location. I observed the defendant's walking to be unsteady. She was stepping off to the side. You see the sergeant showing her the test, but he can't hear anything. At one point, I don't know which officer it was, but at one point, it wasn't Sergeant Kane. At one point, when she was there trying to do the test, one officer puts his hand out to steady the defendant, because I think if someone's falling over, so you see an officer putting his hand out to assist the defendant. She does not perform the test. She's speaking English the whole time, kept saying, what did I do wrong? I did not do anything wrong, using profanity. What the fuck that I did wrong. He keeps using profanity, keeps asking the same question over and over. The officer is not ignoring her, he's explaining. Explained it numerous times. This is why you're stopped. Explain the DWI. And she says again, I want to know. I want to know what I did. Again explains it. He just kept saying the same thing. What did I do wrong? And the officer keeps explaining. Very calmly, patiently, and not raising his voice. I find on the video the officers were extremely polite, cooperative. The defendant was getting louder and louder as the time went on. The officer was saying, listen, relax. Don't be silly, ma'am, please. Please go in the car. The last thing they wanted to do was place the defendant with a criminal charge. They were begging with her to please just relax, and I put in quotes, don't be silly, ma'am, please. The defendant continued to use profanity. She kept saying nope, nope. She then starts saying fucking whore, bitch. I am not undocumented. I am a woman. I have rights. She goes from being loud and going to be very soft. She was refusing to get into the car. She was not going to get into that car. She kept saying, I will remember this. She was resisting. Kept telling the officers, you are horrible. She was yelling at the police. I am saddened. She was screaming. Then she said, I'm sad. This is a disgrace. Then she started spelling sad. S-A-A-D. She spelled it out a few times. She was rambling. In my opinion, just on my opinion, looking at the video, she was a person who was extremely intoxicated. And that's clear from the video. Then she begins to become quiet, and she starts talking to herself. She's having a conversation to herself, and she starts saying, I want to go home. She was speaking to herself. She was crying. She kept saying, I want to go home. And she kept saying, thank you, thank you. I don't know why she was doing that, but that was that conversation she was having. Then at headquarters, it continues. She called the police a fucking piece of shit. She was mumbling to herself. Tell Vinny what you are doing. They said, we don't know who Vinny is. She was crying, profanity, screaming, refusing to get out of the motor vehicle. She was not making sense of that thing. They were saying, please, ma'am, step out of the car. One of the officers, and I apologize, I couldn't see who it was, and I don't know if the voice and the face were together, but he said, ma'am, you could call Vinny upstairs. All we want to do is process you. You can go home. She said no. She said, call Vinny. I don't even know how many times. She was disrespected. She said she was disrespected. She was rambling. She was crying. Again, continuing even at police headquarters in the car, having a conversation with herself. Police then began to advise her of criminal charges that she may face. She said, you're treating me as a piece of shit. She was mumbling. She said, tell Vinny to come here. And they were very clear. Call Vinny upstairs and you can do whatever you want to do, but we can't call him now. She said 30, she used profanity, 5 years, lived in town. She could be loud and quiet. She said, I love you, and throwing kisses. I don't know what that was. She was going irrational. Again, continued to have her own conversations. Kept saying, let Vinny call me. Ms. Jacho testified. She admitted to operating the motor vehicle. She said that she left her home. She was dropping off lawn signs to Belleville residences. She met people. This was a campaign drop-off. She was using hand sanitizer for approximately 3 hours. She had her name or signs that are stick in the back seat of her motor vehicle. She received a very disturbing call from her son that he was dropping out of college and starting to work at UPS. That destroyed her. She was crying, screaming. She was inside her car. She was very upset and angry at her son. She was trying to get home. She said she could not breathe. Her eyes became watery. She parked her car. She was sleeping. She was slumped on the wheel. She was dizzy, nauseous, could not breathe. She had a panic attack. She said when the police were there, she exited the motor vehicle. She was trying to be cooperative. She said on the test, she had heels on. They did not allow her to take the shoes off. They were ignoring her. She said she physically could not do the test with the heels. She said she was never shown how to do the second test, and her balance was off due to the shoes. She said she knew some of the police officers. She's involved with political opponents. This was a political target against her. She mentioned Sergeant Kane and Officer Plummer in regard to political activities. She tried to take the test. She said the police ignored her. I thought they were doing something incorrect. She kept questioning the officers. She said within 6 hours of her arrest, there was publications in newspapers, YouTube. She said she was assaulted by the police officer, punched in the right leg, D2. Shows a picture taken by her father of looks like a bruise on her right thigh. She said she filed an IA complaint. She was emotionally distressed. She had a panic attack. Her demeanor was gone. That was her testimony. She was targeted. Officer Alvino, she indicates, made false statements. She never told that officer that she did not speak English. The officer lied. She did not drink any alcohol that day. She ingested zinc that day, and no other medications were taken. She had COVID. She tested positive. She was nauseous, dizzy. She said the hand sanitizer she used, she touched her face and mouth, and that could be the reason for the smell of alcohol. She said the alcohol test was never offered to her, and she could not breathe. Indicated on cross that the documents submitted were fabricated by the police officers. She was never asked if she was pregnant. She never asked any questions. She said this was a political hit job. She was targeted because of her involvement with the Board of Education and her election. The mayor of Belleville, Mr. Belham, I think his name is. She said she was cooperative from the beginning of this investigation. She has no idea how Officer Lopez got in her car because it was locked. Officer Plum was recalled and indicated on S5 and S6 that this is a questionnaire that the Belleville Police Department uses. He filled it out. It's typed out, in fact, and this is the information received from the defendant. Unfortunately, in this case, there's just a lack of reality. There's nothing this court will say in its decision that Ms. Jacho will believe or will disagree, because if I said that we were in Disneyland, she would probably say, no, we're not, and if we were in Disneyland, she'd say we were not. She's not going to agree to anything. I find her credibility to be totally incredible. I find her statements to be those of someone who believes that there is a concerted effort to put her under. There's a concerted political effort to target her, and it makes no sense. There's not been one, and Ms. Jacho has no burden of proof. There's not one iota of evidence in this case from anywhere to indicate that she was targeted. And that's why the court asked her the question, was the targeting before or after? But you'd have to believe that Officer Lopez was a plant. Maybe he likes that bar, but if you listen to Ms. Jacho, he was planted there because he was the plant to get this whole thing started. He was the person that had to get out there and get the police there. And I find that to be incredible. He's a Kearney police officer. He was off duty, and while police officers have a lot of duty, but most police officers, because I know a lot, when they're off duty, they're off duty, just like anyone else. And to get involved in an investigation is probably wasn't his highest on his list that day. As Ms. Jacho and the testimony, he did have a beer, so you got to be careful. You're a police officer, but his testimony was absolutely clear. He didn't know her. He's not from Belleville. He's from Kearney. He has nothing to do with the political activities of Belleville, but he came outside, he saw the engine running, he saw a person slumped over, he was behind the wheel, he took the keys out to make sure nothing happened, and they called for assistance to help Miss Jacho at that point. She was not going to do anything that day. Nothing. I think if the Belleville police said, you can just go home, I don't think she would have left. I don't think anything was going to happen that day. She was not going to listen to anyone. I find clearly, beyond a reasonable doubt, that number one, Miss Jacho was in Belleville. Number two, she was in the location of Joralemon St, 531 on October 21st, 2020, about 1 o'clock in the morning. I find that she admitted to driving to that location, but in any event, if she did not admit to that, under our case law, the vehicle was running, it was on the roadway, the keys were in the ignition, she was behind the wheel, and that's operation under all of the appellate and Supreme Court cases that I'm aware of. So clearly, she was operating a motor vehicle in the township of Belleville. In regard to this matter, she was uncooperative from the get-go. She wouldn't open the door, she wouldn't get out. And in her mind, as she states, it was a political hatchet job. She was a target. This was a conspiracy, and it was a conspiracy by the politicians of the Belleville political arena and the Board of Education to get her. And that was in her mind, and that's what she thought. So she refused everything. She didn't take the balance test. The balance test, the standardized field sobriety tests, since I've had hundreds of experts testify before me. You know, they're a divided attention test. It's not only to do the tests, but it's also to follow the instructions. But Miss Jacho was not going to follow anything because she wasn't going to do anything. Then in her testimony to believe that this was all a makeup, that the Belleville Police Department made up all of these reports, lied, to do all that on the same date that they prepared the reports makes no sense. But then you have the issue of speaking Spanish or English. We hear in the testimony she spoke perfect English, slurred and incoherent at times, and her cursing was well done in English as well, and her yelling and screaming was well, and her talking to herself was well done in English, but she says that she never was read the standard statement. I find that to be beyond incredible. First of all, if there was just one statement, which is S2, okay. But why would they have a Spanish-speaking officer produce the Spanish form of S2, which is now S3 in evidence, read it to her, and why would that happen? The reason it happened is, I believe, the police officer. She said, I don't speak English. And they said, okay, let's get the Spanish. We have an officer here. Let's take care of that. And it was read to her. And she said no, just like, well, no, she said no on the Spanish, but on the other one, she said, I do not understand. Clearly, in regard to that matter, I find that the police had probable cause to believe that she was driving a motor vehicle. She was arrested for a DWI. The request was made under S2 and S3, and that she clearly said, I will not take the test. She was not going to do anything. So that was not going to happen. In regard to driving while intoxicated, again, this operation's been proved clearly from the video. Forgetting about all of the police officers' testimony, even if I found they were incredible, I don't accept their testimony, which I do. But even if I don't, if let's say that no one testified, just looking at the video, it is so obvious to a third party, a judge, or anyone who would look at that video to say, this person either is highly intoxicated or is mentally ill. And it's that bad. She is going from highs to lows. She is denigrating the police. This video should be used as a training video for new recruits to show how police officers should just back off and try to get the situation. Those police officers want to do one thing and one thing only. They wanted to end this investigation so they can go on, either go home, go to their next assignment, but stop dealing with Miss Jacho, and they just couldn't do it. But they were successful. They're backing off. They're trying to negotiate with her. Really work, but they were an awful long time trying to get someone out of a police car, and I commend them for that. I clearly find from the observations. Now, these are police officers, so even someone who is not a police officer trained can make observations of someone under the influence. But we have 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 police officers who are trained. This is their job. They're trained to observe the public. They're trained to look at certain things. They're trained. Officer Avino is an Alka-Test operator and trained in the standardized field sobriety test. He's trained to look for clues in regard to people under the influence. In addition, hand sanitizer, the alcohol doesn't smell. As in all police officers, they testify or trained that alcohol doesn't have a smell. It's the additives that are in alcoholic beverages. That's what they smell, and that's why the officers in this case testified that they smelled an alcoholic beverage emanating from Ms. Jacho's mouth, and that's what they smelled. They didn't smell hand sanitizer. And anyway, in hand sanitizer, it's the additives, like if you get the ones with aloe or this other stuff they put into it. You're not smelling alcohol, you're smelling this other smell, so your hands smell good. But there's no smell of alcohol, and it dissipates. We all know when we put the hand sanitizer, if you forgot that little cut on your hand, you start saying words you shouldn't say, and you start jumping up and down, and you forget that you had that cut, and that hurts, but it goes away in 2 seconds. The alcohol dissipates. It doesn't stay in your hands, and I've heard a lot of experts testify. I've never heard an expert testify that even if it went in testimony of experts, it went into her mouth, it dissipates. That's why they wait 20 minutes to take the Alka-Test, because in the mouth, alcohol dissipates, so it would have no effect. I find that Ms. Jacho, and I find the state has clearly proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she was under the influence of alcohol when she operated her motor vehicle in Belleville. She should have not have operated that motor vehicle. She actually passed out from her alcohol intoxication in front of that bar. She should not have been behind that vehicle, and luckily for Officer Lopez from Kearney, that he was at that bar and took that key out of that vehicle, because it could have been much worse. In regard to the refusal, clearly the state has proven the case under our case law and under statute. She refused not only in Spanish but in English the taking the Alka-Test. I must find a finding of guilty in regard to the refusal. In regard to failure to exhibit, she didn't exhibit any documents that's been testified to, and she was clearly, from the testimony and from the video, she was parked right in front of a fire hydrant on violation of the statute. I must enter a finding of guilty into that charge. Okay, and I will also dismiss the cases that were requested for dismissal by the prosecutor on a previous date, which I waited to today, and that's E-20-9466 is dismissed, and E-20-9467 is dismissed. Mr. Mason, do you have an abstract?
Judge, I did, but I don't. Perfect.
Mr. Freed, have you seen an abstract?
Yeah, I believe I have one here somewhere.
Judge,
This is a first.
well, Judge, if memory serves me correct, it's actually a second.
Wait a second.
I think there is a first from 2009, which was disposed of in 2010 out of Lyndhurst on a refusal. What?
July 21st, 2009, yes.
Okay,
But-
so, Judge, there's 10 years.
It's outside the
So
10.
this would be treated as 2 first offenses.
Yeah, I'd like to be heard prior to sentencing.
Did you see this? I'm just trying to look, Mr. Freed.
I did see that. It was after, my note shows that outside the 10-year window.
Since I can't look at it, just give me a second before the trial. Okay, that's the only thing well, there's other.
Yeah.
I'm saying, as far as any drunk driver refusal, there is the 09, which is the step.
Correct.
Mr. Freed, I will hear you in regard to sentence.
Your Honor, my client, being indigent, she qualified for a public defender. You have great discretion under the statute. Under the new DWI laws, there is the ability to run the sentences of the refusal and the DUI concurrently. And I would request, because she is a health benefits person and works in Patterson, she is of limited income, that in order to hold on to her job, that any suspension would be until she gets an interlock device, that because there's costs associated with the interlock device, that the mandatory minimums be imposed, and any penalties that can run concurrently as opposed to consecutively, I would ask that you do.
Thank you. Before I hear from the state, Mr. Jacho, you have a right to be heard in regard to sentencing. If you can remain silent, but if you wish to be heard, I'll be more than happy to listen to you. Okay, Mr. Prosecutor.
Judge, I'm glad there was no request for merger because there's clearly separate offenses. I think that consecutive sentences on the DWI and the refusal are appropriate for a variety of reasons, Judge, starting one with a 6-page abstract, starting with a prior refusal, although not used to enhance penalties here. This is not her first brush with an alcohol-related offense. And I think that the severity of the conduct which you witnessed takes this apart from a typical DWI refusal case, Judge. I think that if Your Honor were to run the sentences concurrent, it would really diminish the seriousness of the offense. This is a defendant who luckily stopped her car and passed out, although it is clear that she tried to operate that vehicle, and but for the divine intervention of Officer Lopez, really could have caused an accident or injury to herself and others. That swift movement, reaching in and taking the keys out, really, Judge, was something that we're all grateful for. As I said, Judge, I think this case is appropriate for treating this differently. I would also ask for more than the minimums on the interlock, Judge, so that this doesn't happen in the future.
Thank you. Regarding this matter, of course, I've heard the trial. I've reviewed the abstract now for the first time. The court has looked at the aggravating and mitigating factors. One of the factors that the court also looks at is we don't know when someone pleads guilty. Not everyone has a right to a trial, there's no question. When someone pleads guilty, they're admitting to what happened, and the court should consider that. In this case, clearly, Ms. Jacob has a right to a trial, but even to this day, she just believes that this never happened. She's not taking any type of responsibility for what happened that day. So the court, under Miranda, under the aggravating mitigating factors, the nature and circumstances of defendant's conduct, including whether the conduct posed a high risk of danger to the public or caused physical harm or property damage, clearly that is an aggravating factor here, based upon the fact that this is a refusal in DWI. The defendant's driving record, including the defendant's age, length of time as licensed driver, frequency of prior infractions. In regard to this matter, I've counted 30 moving violations from 2019 and starting in 1997. There are 30 moving violations, and as the prosecutor indicates, one is for refusal, which is not going to be considered by the court as enhanced because it's more than 10 years, but of course will be considered that clearly this is a second refusal in regard to her history. Whether the defendant was infraction-free for a substantial period before the most recent violation. So I have to go back to 2020, and she had 2 violations in 2019. I'm assuming 2021 she's infraction-free. Whether the character and attitude of the defendant indicates that she was likely or unlikely to commit another violation. Well, the character I've already mentioned in my decision. Again, understanding Ms. Jacob's position that she believes that this was a political, but she's not looking at herself in the video. Forget about the officer's testimony. The video shows someone who should not be behind a wheel, or should not be behind the wheel of anything that has a motor. The court is extremely concerned, and I'm hoping, I found her guilty of driving while intoxicated. I just hope that it was the alcohol that just caused her to act that way. But again, some of the actions in the back of that police car, her talking to herself, is extremely concerning to the court. Whether the character and attitude of the defendant indicates that, again, committing another violation, well, she has 30. Whether the defendant's conduct was a result of circumstances unlikely to recur. This is a second event, so I can't give her a benefit of that. Whether a license suspension would cause excessive hardship. Well, there is no the legislature has taken care of that. There is no license suspension. It's indefinite until an ignition interlock device is installed. So once that's installed, because this is a first for refusal and a first for driving while intoxicated, so again, it's an ignition interlock device. It was a second for refusal. It would have been a forfeiture for 1 to 2 years. So Ms. Jacob's getting the benefit. I do find on the Miranda factors that the aggravating factors far outweigh the mitigating factors. I find that based upon what I saw and heard as testimony in the video, that there will not be a minimum fines in regard to this matter. And that's called for based upon the actions of Ms. Jacob that day. In regard to failure to exhibit, it's a $157 fine, $33 court costs. In regard to the parking ticket, 22 and 33. In regard to the operating under the influence, it's a 507 fine, $33 court costs. I'm sorry, got the wrong one, apologize. 407 fine, $33 court costs. Let me make sure I get the right ticket. Yes, 407 fine, $33 court costs. There's a $50 violent crimes penalty, a $225 DWI surcharge, $75 safe neighborhood fund assessment. There is no, well, Ms. Jacob, I must tell you under the statute, I must suspend or forfeit your right to drive New Jersey indefinitely until you install an ignition interlock device on your motor vehicle. So the suspension is indefinite until ignition interlock device is installed. IDRC is 12 hours, and the ignition interlock device pursuant to the statute is 3 months. In regard to refusal, taking into consideration the Miranda factors, taking into consideration this is a second event, but treated as a first offense, it's a 507 fine, $33 court costs. There's a $100 DWI surcharge. There is again, ignition interlock device, but it's a forfeiture until the interlock device is installed. In regard to the ignition interlock device, for a period of 12 months. Ms. Jacob, in regard to this matter, you cannot operate a motor vehicle until you have an ignition interlock device installed on that motor vehicle. If you do operate a motor vehicle, plead guilty, you're found guilty of driving while suspended, you face fines, loss of license, and possible jail. You face enhanced penalties of $500, 1 to 2 year loss of license, 10 to 90 days in jail because the revocation would be for DWI. If you operate a motor vehicle driving while suspended for enhanced DWI, you face indictment on a 4th degree crime. If you plead guilty or found guilty to that indictment, you face 18 months imprisonment. 6 of the 18 must be served without parole eligibility. For a second and third DWI, the penalties are as follows: $500 to $1,000 on a second. Same assessments I just imposed. 30 days community service, 2 days to 90 days in jail. That can be served in the IDRC. Forfeiture of your driving privileges for 1 to 2 years, and you must install ignition interlock device during the period of forfeiture plus 2 to 4 years thereafter. A third offense is a $1,000 fine, same assessments I just imposed, 180 days in jail. There's an 8-year forfeiture. You must install ignition interlock device during the period of forfeiture plus 2 to 4 years thereafter. In regard to those fines and penalties, they'll be in a form which you'll have at the window. You can sign. We'll give you a copy. You have 20 days from this date to file an appeal of my decision and sentence. And we need your license, Mr. Jacob. If you just give it to the officer, please.
I have 2 questions, Your Honor. Is the 12 months consecutive or concurrent with the 3 months?
That's the consecutive.
Okay. The second question, Ms. Jaco has requested of me the tapes that I received through discovery from Belleville and through Verona. Normally, I destroy all things after the case. Should I return those tapes to Ms. Jaco, give them to the court, give them to the police?
No, that's discovery. It's hers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's hers.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, I just want direction from the court so I don't do something incorrect.
Prosecutor, that's discovery. I mean,
Fine.
When I did defense work, I gave my clients everything. So this way, they get everything, and they can review it at their leisure. So that's sure. That's a good question. Yes, your turn.
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't, they will have the form out there. The form will be out there. I do not have the tapes with me. I left them in the office because I knew we were gonna, so you can come and pick them up at any time.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
I have another case